Add idioms and expressions to your speech and writing as you add vocabulary. As you know, guys, idioms add color to your language. So, my dear friends, master idioms and common expressions, and your speech will be less awkward and less foreign. And you will also understand more of what you hear and what you read. Actually, idioms are a group of words that have a specific spatial meaning that might be a little bit difficult for some people, for some students to remember, understand, and use. If you want to speak English more clearly, if you want to sound more native-like, or if you simply want to take your English to a higher level, this class can help you achieve your goal of taking your English to the next level. This class is also perfect for anyone taking an IELTS, TOEFL, or any other English tests. Learn many common English idioms in a variety of ways with explanations, situations, and exercises. These idioms are often heard in everyday speech in conversations and in movies and on TV. Learning them will help you understand English more and improve your ability to communicate. Take this class if you want to improve your spoken English. If you want to master English idioms and take your English to the next level, if you really want to speak English with more creativity.
You could make a bundle.
You make a bundle selling them at school.
You could make a bundle on this.
And guys, the techniques and the methods we have used in this course will help you remember these idioms and use them in real conversations and in real situations. And I'm sure you will start to speak English just like a native American person. Enjoy it. Hello everybody, how are you doing? Welcome to lesson number 1, stage 1. In this stage we will learn and explain the idioms, and we will use these idioms in 2 different examples. So I want you to focus, to listen to me carefully. The pictures in this lesson can help you to remember the idioms for a long time. So are you ready? Let's get started. The first idiom and phrase is about to. About to. About to means ready to, or on the verge of, or we can say close to or near to do something. So about to means almost ready to do something, or we can say intending to do something soon. Let me give you examples. It's a good thing Bob left the furniture store. When he did, Peter was so angry he was about to throw a dining room chair at him. So here he was about to throw a dining room chair at him. It means that he was very close and near to do something. Yes. We have a word here, furniture store. As you guys know, furnitures are the chairs, tables, sofas, and the beds in your house are furniture. Your furniture gives you somewhere to sit, store your books, and a comfortable place to sleep at night. So furniture store is a place that actually sells these kinds of things. Let me give you the second example. I'm glad you're finally home. I was just about to have dinner without you. Oh, so about to here means that I was just ready to and close to or near to have dinner without you. So this is the first phrase. At least. At least means anyway, or the good thing is that. So you use at least to indicate an advantage that exists in spite of the disadvantages or bad situation that has just been mentioned. That's why we use at least. For example, we've run out of coffee, but at least we still have tea. So at least here means that the good thing is that we still have tea, okay? Run out of. Run out of means to use something completely so that nothing is left. So sometimes we run out of coffee, sometimes we run out of time, okay? Next example says Tracy can't afford to buy a car, but at least she has a good bicycle. So, at least here means the good thing is that. What's the meaning of afford here in this sentence? Afford means to have enough money or time to buy, keep, or do something. So, Tracy can't afford to buy a car. It means that she doesn't have enough money to buy a car. But at least the good thing is that she has a good bicycle. Guys, the second definition of this phrase is not or no less than. This is the second definition of at least. Okay, sometimes we use it in other contexts and examples. For example, there were at least 300 people waiting in line to buy concert tickets. So at least here means not or no less than. So no less than 300 people waiting in line to buy concert tickets. So this is the second meaning and second definition of at least. The next phrase and idiom is break the news. This is my favorite one. Break the news. You can see in this picture, one person is happy and the other person is sad. So break the news means to make something known, to make something public. Okay? For example, Samantha and Michael are getting married, but they haven't yet broken the news to their parents. So here means that they haven't told anybody, they haven't made it public yet. You'd better break the news to your father carefully. After all, you don't want him to have a heart attack. Yes, that's right. So you'd better break the news, which means you better tell him. You'd better make something public. There's a phrase here, heart attack. Guys, heart attack is a sudden and serious physical problem in which the heart doesn't get enough blood, causing damage to the heart and sometimes death. Yeah, sometimes that person dies. So this is a heart attack. So this is the meaning of this phrase, break the news. Okay? To make something public, to make something known. Next idiom is to cost an arm and a leg. To cost an arm and a leg means to be very expensive. Why do we say arm and a leg? That's very simple. You know, giving up your arm and leg is very costly and expensive. You can't sell your arm and a leg, so because they are very, very expensive. So that's why in this situation we say cost an arm and a leg, which means to be very expensive. For example, a college education in America costs an arm and a leg, which means it's very, very expensive. All of the furniture at Honest Abe's costs an arm and a leg. They are very expensive and you have to pay a lot of money. They are very pricey, very costly. So that's the meaning of cost an arm and a leg. Try to use it in your everyday life, guys. It's very useful, very practical, and when we use this idiom all of the time in different clips, movies, and everyday conversation. Next idiom is dead end job. Dead end job. Dead end job means a job that won't lead to anything else. That's why we say dead end job. So, a dead end job is a job in which there is no chance of progressing to a better, more important job. A job which doesn't offer any opportunity for improving your situation. So let me explain the word dead end. Dead end here means a road that is closed at one end. Okay, that's the meaning of dead end. So I think now it's easy for you to understand why do we say dead end job. So dead end job is a job that has an end. Okay, so it actually doesn't give you any improvement and the end is not good. So that's why we say it's a dead end job. Let me give you two examples. Diane realized that working as a cashier was a dead end job. What's the meaning of cashier? Cashier is a person whose job is to receive and pay out money in a store, bank, restaurant, etc. That's the meaning of cashier here. Jim worked many dead-end jobs before finally deciding to start his own business. So he had many jobs that actually didn't improve his life, the jobs that actually didn't lead to anywhere else. So that's why we say it's a dead-end job. So guys, if you have a dead-end job, please do not invest your time and money on it, okay? Just leave it and find a better one. Because these jobs will not improve you, will not improve your situation, will not improve your life, and will bring you some disasters maybe. Next idiom is let's face it. Let's face it. Let's face it means let's accept difficult reality. We should accept the truth. So let's face it means something that you say before you say something that is unpleasant but true. That's why we say let's face it. Okay? So let me give you these examples. Let's face it, if Ted spent more time studying, he wouldn't be failing so many of his classes. Yeah, let's accept this difficult reality. Okay? I know it's not pleasant, but we have to accept it. Or for example, let's face it, if you don't have a college degree, it can be difficult to find a high-paying job. That's right. Let's accept this difficult reality. So high-paying job is a job that pays you very well. We call it a high-paying job, a job that pays you a lot of money. The next idiom is to give one the creeps. A very common one. It's very common in movies and clips, and probably you have heard it. To give someone the creeps means to create a feeling of disgust or horror. Or we can say to cause someone to have uncomfortable feelings of nervousness or fear. So that's the meaning of to give someone the creeps. For example, Ted's friend Matt has 7 earrings in his ear and an I love mom tattoo on his arm. So he really gives Nicole the creeps. He gives Nicole a feeling of disgust and horror, a really bad feeling. There was a strange man following me around the grocery store. He was giving me the creeps. He was giving me the feeling of horror. I was really afraid and scared. What's the meaning of grocery store? Grocery store is a store where food and small items for the house are sold and found. So that's the meaning of grocery store. You guys probably don't know the meaning of this one. To go back to the drawing board. Go back to the drawing board means to start a task over because the last try failed. Or we can say to start again from the beginning. Okay, that's the meaning of go back to the drawing board. Or we can say to start planning something again because the first plan failed. As you can see in this picture, this is called drawing board. Drawing board is the tool we use to draw on. Okay, so sometimes when you draw a picture and you fail, what do? You just maybe cut the paper and you start from the beginning. So to go back to the drawing board means to start a task over again from the beginning. So let me give you examples so you can understand it. Frank's new business failed. So failed here means didn't succeed, didn't improve. So he had to go back to the drawing board, which means he had to start over, he had to start from the beginning. The president didn't agree with our new ideas for the company, so we had to go back to the drawing board, which means we had to start planning again because the first plan failed and didn't work. So that's a very nice and common idiom. Go back to the drawing board. Sometimes you have to go back to the drawing board because your first plan, it doesn't actually work very well. The next common idiom is to go belly up. To go belly up, yes. To go belly up means to go bankrupt. To go bankrupt. If a company or a plan goes belly up, it fails. It goes bankrupt and they lose all of their money. Okay? For example, many people lost their jobs when Enron went belly up. When this company lost all of the money, when they just went bankrupt. My company lost $3 million last year. We might go belly up, which means we might go bankrupt and we might fail. That's a really tragic and bad situation. Because when you go belly up, you lose everything, all of your money. And maybe you have to go back to the drawing board, which means you have to start from the beginning, which is really difficult. To give someone the axe. To give someone the axe. What does it mean, guys? To give someone the axe means to fire someone, to dismiss someone from work. So this is ask. You can see it in the picture. So we use axe to cut something, right? So when you give someone the axe, maybe you cut that person in the half and you just throw him out. So I think it makes sense and you can understand the meaning. So let me give you two great examples. Mary used to talk to her friends on the phone all day at work until one day her boss finally gave her the axe, which means fired her. Just the boss asked her to leave her job. Okay? So he gave her the axe. What's the meaning of used to? This is a very nice grammatical structure. We use used to speak about something that is done or experienced in the past, but no longer done or experienced now. So that's why we use used to. Poor Powell. He was given the axe 2 days before Christmas. Yeah, he was fired 2 days before the Christmas. He lost his job just 2 days before Christmas. That's a really tragic and that's a really terrible event that can happen to anyone. To lose one's temper. To lose one's temper means to become really angry. To suddenly become angry. There is another phrase which is to keep your temper. If you keep your temper, guys, it means you succeed in staying calm and not becoming angry. But when you lose your temper, you become angry, you can't control yourself, and maybe you do something really stupid. Bob always loses his temper when his kids start talking on the telephone during dinner. So he becomes really angry. When Ted handed in his essay 2 weeks late, his teacher really lost her temper. So his teacher really became angry. So we have a phrasal verb here, handed in. Handed in. If you hand in something such as homework or something that you have found, you give it to a teacher, police officer, or other person in authority. Okay? So that's the meaning of hand in. To make up one's mind. To make up one's mind means to reach a decision, to decide. This is another common, very useful and practical idiom used in everyday English and American life. To make up one's mind. It means to decide what to do or choose. For example, Stephanie couldn't make up her mind whether to attend Harvard or Stanford. Finally, she chose Stanford. So she couldn't decide. She couldn't make up her mind. Attend here, guys, means to go to an event, place, etc. You attend a meeting, which means you join a meeting. You go to that event or place. Do you want an omelette or fried eggs? You'll need to make up your mind quickly because the waitress is coming. So here it means that you'll need to decide. You need to make up your mind. Okay? So guys, don't say decide, decide, decide. Stop repeating this word. Use this idiom. You should make up your mind. Okay? Next idiom is no point in. No point in. No point in means no reason to. It's not worth doing something. Actually, after no point in, we use a noun or the verb comes with ing. So, no point in means an action that will serve no purpose or will not give you any good results. For example, there is no point in worrying about things you can't change. Yes, there is no reason. Okay? Worrying about things you can't change. Exactly. I completely agree with this sentence. There is no point in going on a picnic if it's going to rain. Yes, it's not worth doing it. It's not actually value. There is no value here to go on a picnic if it's going to rain. So we usually say there is no point in, and then the verb comes with ing, like there is no point in studying French. There is no point in working in this company. Okay? And different other examples. To put up with. I love this phrasal verb. Put up with. A very nice one. Put up with means to endure or tolerate without complaint. Put up with, guys, means to accept an unpleasant situation or experience or someone who behaves unpleasantly. So we have to just accept an unpleasant and bad situation and go with it. So you have to put up with it. For example, for many years, Barbara put up with her husband's annoying behavior. Finally, she decided to leave him. Yeah, for many years, she put up with her husband's annoying bad behavior. So put up with, she had to tolerate these bad situations without any complaint. What's the meaning of annoying? Guys, annoy means to make someone slightly angry or upset. So annoying behaviors is a behavior that make you very angry and upset. I don't know how Len puts up with his mean boss every day. Yeah, I don't know how she can tolerate this situation. Yes, that's really difficult. So that's the phrase and the idiom of this part. Put up with, okay? Put up with something or somebody. Real flop, or we can say simply flop. Flop. Real flop means failure. So a real flop is something that doesn't succeed or live up to expectations. So that's the real flop. It's a complete failure. For example, a Broadway play closed after just 4 days. It was a real flop. It was a complete failure. The company was in trouble after its new product flopped. The company was in trouble after its new product flopped. So we can use flopped here as a verb, as you can see, which means didn't succeed and it failed completely. To save the day. To save the day means to prevent a disaster or misfortune. To save the day means to do something that prevents a likely defeat or failure. So that's why we say you should save the day. For example, the Christmas tree was on fire, but Ted threw water on it and saved the day. He just prevented the disaster and misfortune. We forgot to buy champagne for our New Year's party, but Sonia brought some and really saved the day. Yes, she just prevented a misfortune or disaster. As sharp as a tack, or we can say sharp as a tack. As you can see in this picture, this is called actually tack. Tack is a small sharp nail. So if someone is as sharp as a tack, it means he's very intelligent and smart. Yes, that's the meaning of as sharp as a tack. For example, Jay scored 100% on his science test. He's as sharp as a tack. He's very smart, very intelligent. Anna got a scholarship to Yale. She's as sharp as a tack. She's very intelligent. What's the meaning of scholarship? Scholarship is the amount of money given by school, college, university, or other organization to pay for the studies of a person with great ability, but this is little money. So a person who has a great ability but little money, so maybe some colleges or universities give scholarship. This is a financial support. To talk over. To talk over means to discuss. To discuss a problem or situation with someone, often to find out their opinion or to get advice before making a decision about it. Okay? So that's the meaning of to talk over. For example, Dave and I spent hours talking over the details of the plan. Yes, we discussed the details of the plan. Before you make any big decisions, give me a call and we'll talk things over. We'll talk things over, which means we will discuss things. So that's the meaning of talk over. That's a very nice and informal phrase. And the last idiom of this stage is top dollars. Top dollars means the highest end of a price range or a lot of money. So top dollar means a lot of money, okay? Large amount of money or very high price. For example, Nicole paid top dollar for a shirt at Banana Republic. She paid a lot of money. Wait until those jeans go on sale. Why pay top dollars? Yes, why do you want to pay a lot of money? So guys, that's the end of stage number 1. In the next stage, actually, we're gonna have a very interesting conversations between a family, and we're gonna use all of these idioms in that conversation. I want you to listen to this conversation carefully because it can help you to understand, to master these idioms more and more and more. Okay, see you. Hello everybody, how are you doing? Welcome to this part, idioms in conversation. There is a story here about Brad. Yes, Brad is a father. So, Brad's day at work. This conversation is between Brad and Powell. Powell is the boss, and Brad is the employee who works for Powell. So Brad works as a manager in a furniture store, and Powell, his boss, is not happy about sales. So guys, Brad's new advertising campaign hasn't helped, and Powell decides to fire him. So we're gonna actually listen to this conversation between Brad and Powell, and we're gonna use all of these idioms. So try to remember and review these idioms and try to actually focus because we are using these idioms in real situations and real conversations. So let's get started. Brad, I hate to break the news, but our sales were down again last month. Down again, Powell? Yeah. These days everybody's shopping at our competition, Honest Abe's Furniture Store. But everything in there costs an arm and a leg. That's true. They do charge top dollars. And their salespeople are very strange. They really give me the creeps. Yeah. Well, they must be doing something right over there. Meanwhile, we are about to go belly up. I'm so sorry to hear that. I thought my new advertising campaign would save the day. Let's face it, your advertising campaign was a real flop. Well then, I'll go back to the drawing board. It's too late for that. You're fired. What? You're giving me the axe? Come on.
Yeah, I've already found a new manager. She's as sharp as a tack.
Can't we even talk this over? After all, I've been working here for 10 years. Come on.
There is no point in arguing, Brad. I've already made up my mind.
Oh well, at least I won't have to put up with your nonsense anymore. Goodbye to you and goodbye to this dead-end job.
Please leave before I lose my temper.
Hello everybody, how are you doing? Welcome to Popular American Idioms. And in this part, which is called Practice and Check Yourself, you have the time to check your understanding. We have learned many idioms in this chapter and we're gonna review them here. So my dear friends, I'm gonna give you a clear explanation of an idiom and I'm gonna show you a relevant picture. So you have 10 seconds to guess the right idiom. So, are you ready? Let's get started. So, idiom number 1. Guys, when we speak about a job that has no future, a job that won't lead to anywhere else. So, what is the idiom for this definition? That's right. The idiom for this definition is dead-end job. Yes, a dead-end job. Okay, let's go to the second one. Idiom number 2. When we speak about something, for example, a car that is very expensive. Yes, it's very expensive. What idiom can we use? You have 10 seconds. That's right. We say cost an arm and a leg. For example, this car costs an arm and a leg. Great. Idiom number 3. So guys, when we speak about a task, when you start a task over, when you do it again from the beginning, for example, sometimes you fail and you have to come back and do it again. What idiom can we use here? Okay, you have 10 seconds. Just think and then answer. That's right, we say, go back to the drawing board. Yes, go back to the drawing board. When you go back to the drawing board, you start the task over. Idiom number 4. If my boss fires me, remove me from the job, what idiom and expression I can use here? Think deeply. You have 10 seconds. Yes, we say, he gave me the axe. If my boss gives me the axe, he fires me. He removed me from the job. Great. And idiom number 5. So, if my father just becomes angry very quickly, what idiom I can use for my daddy, for my father? Yes, he becomes angry very quickly. You have 10 seconds to think. Okay, so what is your answer? That's right. I say my father is losing his temper. Yes, he's losing his temper. So if you lose your temper, you become angry very quickly and you cannot control yourself. The next idiom is about a horror and bad feeling. If my friend gives me a bad feeling, so what can I say here? What idiom I can use? Okay, what is your answer? Yes, he's giving me the creeps. He's giving me the creeps. My friend gives me a bad feeling, a feeling of horror, right? Great. The next idiom is about money. Yes. You know, guys, I lost all of my money and I just went bankrupt. I have no money. So what American idiom we can use here? Can you guess? Think and answer me. That's right. We say go belly up. Yes, I went belly up, which means I went bankrupt and I lost all of my money. Okay, my dear friends, thank you very much. I hope you have answered all of my questions. If you still have problems understanding these idioms and expressions, please go back and review them. So, see you in the next chapter. Hello, my dear friends, how are you doing? Welcome to stage number 1, lesson number 2 of American Common Idioms. In this lesson, we're going to teach you many great, useful, practical idioms we use at work, at everyday conversations. There are some pictures for some idioms. I want you to focus because these pictures can help you to remember them for a long time. Are you ready? Let's get started. To change one's mind. To change one's mind. To change one's mind means to change one's opinion or decision. So guys, when you change your opinion or decision, you can say that you change your mind. For example, Brandon wasn't going to take a vacation this year, but then he changed his mind, which means he just changed his opinion and decision and went to Bora Bora for 2 weeks. So, as you can see, Brandon here, he changed his decision and his opinion. Why aren't you applying to medical school this year? Did you change your mind about becoming a doctor? Did you change your decision? Oh, that's bad or maybe good. Applying here means to make a formal application or request. So you apply to medical school, it means that you make a formal application or request for that university. Let's go to the next and the second idiom. Easier said than done. Easier said than done. That's a very nice, useful, and practical idiom. When you say that something is easier said than done, it means it's more difficult than you think. You think it's easy, but it's really difficult. Okay? It's easier said than done. For example, you want to climb Mount Everest? Ha 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 ha. Easier said than done. That's really easy to think, but it's really, really difficult to do. When you want to put your words into actions, there are a lot of pressure and difficulty, right? So, moving into a new home is easier said than done. Yes. For example, my friend says that he wants to learn English in 2 days. Haha. It's really funny, right? So maybe you can tell him, come on, you want to learn English in 2 days? It's easier said than done. It's easy to say, but it's really, really difficult to do. So when something is easy to say, easy to think, but difficult to do, in these situations you can say it's easier said than done. To get canned. Oh, get canned. As you can see, this guy, he got canned in this picture. So this slang means to lose one's job, to get fired. If you get canned, you get fired. You lose your job completely. For example, After Chris got canned, which means after Chris got fired, after he lost his job, it took him a year to find a new job. Lisa is a lousy secretary. She deserves to get canned. So here means that she should be fired because she is a really bad secretary. There are two other synonyms for get canned, and these synonyms are to get sacked or to be given the axe. We learned this idiom in the previous lesson, lesson number 1, to give somebody the axe, which means to fire somebody. Can you remember it? I can still remember. That's perfect. So you can use this idiom in your everyday life. If somebody loses his job, you can say, "Oh, Jack got canned," which means he just lost his job. This useful idiom is to hang in there. Hang in there. If you tell somebody hang in there, you just tell him to preserve, not to give up. Okay? When people are in difficult situations, maybe they stop working, maybe they stop actually improving, but you should encourage them. You should give them a positive feeling. You should tell them, hang in there, which means don't give up. So this is a kind of encouraging sentence and phrase. For example, I know you are 4 games behind, but you can still win the tennis match. Just hang in there. Yes, don't give up. Hang in there. Hang in there, Don. Your invention will soon be success. So here, hang in there is a very nice sentence you can use to encourage your friends, to tell them not to give up, okay? So if your friends are in difficult situations, you can tell them to hang in there, which means not to give up. If worse comes to worst. If worse comes to worst means in the worst case, if absolutely necessary. If you are in a really bad situations, so maybe you have to do something and you will be forced to do something. So you can say if worse comes to worst. For example, Ted's car isn't running well. If worse comes to worst, he can take the bus to school. So here means if it's absolutely necessary, if his car didn't work at all, maybe in that terrible situations, as the last option, he can take the bus to school. I know you are running out of money. If worst comes to worst, you can always sell some of your jewelry. Yes. If absolutely necessary, if you are in a really bad situations, if you have no money, as a last option, you can sell some of your jewelry. Guys, jewelry are decorative objects worn on clothes or on the body, such as rings, necklaces. We call them usually jewelry, and they are very expensive. To keep one's chin up. Keep your chin up. Yes, I always use this idiom with my friends. Keep your chin up, which means to stay positive. If you tell people keep your chin up, you are telling them to stay positive. For example, even when he was unemployed and homeless, Bill managed to keep his chin up. So even when he was unemployed, which means jobless, he didn't have a job, and homeless, which means he didn't have a home and house, Bill managed, which means he was successful to keep his chin up. He was successful to stay positive. Okay, I'm very proud of you, Bill. Keep your chin up. You will find your lost dog soon. Keep your chin up, which means stay positive. Don't give up. You will find your lost dog very soon. So when people are in negative mood, when they are in the bad mood. This is another encouraging sentence you can use. You can tell them, keep your chin up, which means stay positive, look on the bright side, just think positively. Good things will happen to us. I believe if you think positively, good things and positive things will happen to you. Last resort. Last resort. This is a very nice idiom. Last resort. If there are no other alternatives, option left, the last solution for getting out of difficulty. So we can use last resort when we speak about the last solution for getting out of difficulty, out of difficult situations. For example, David was locked out of his house. He knew that as a last resort, he could always break the window. Yes, this is the last option. This is the last solution because the door is locked out of his house. There is no other option. I don't like taking medicine. I only take it as a last resort. I think I'm like that. I never take medicine, but if I become very, very, very sick as a last resort, as a last solution, maybe I will take some pills. My mother really becomes angry when I do that. The next useful idiom is to live from hand to mouth. To live from hand to mouth. To live from hand to mouth means to barely have enough money to live, to hardly have enough money to live and survive. So sometimes you don't have a lot of money, you have just a little money to, I don't know, maybe buy some breads and some cheese. So we say maybe you live from hand to mouth. These days, many people, poor people, live from hand to mouth. For example, Jenny was earning $5 an hour working at the store. She was really living from hand to mouth. Yes, she was barely having enough money to live and survive. George is really poor. He lives from hand to mouth. Yes, he is really poor. He lives from hand to mouth. He can make just a little money to live and survive. So these people live in really difficult and hard situations. To look on the bright side. To look on the bright side means to be optimistic, to think about the positive parts or aspect of a situation. So guys, when you think positively, when you think actually in a positive and a good way, you say that you look on the bright side. For example, Leo was upset that his soccer game was cancelled. His mother said, look on the bright side. Now you can stay home and watch TV. Yes, just be optimistic. Okay, just think about the positive part. You lost your job? Look on the bright side. Now you will have more free time. Yes. So I think if you look on the bright side, you can always stay happy and optimistic in your life, right? Yes. I myself, when I'm sad, when I lose my job, when I break up with my girlfriend, maybe I just look on the bright side. I tell myself I can find a better girlfriend, right? Maybe a more beautiful one. To make ends meet. Very nice, very practical and very common idiom. We use it many times in movies. To make ends means to manage one's money so as to have enough money to live, to be okay financially. To be okay financially, so if you have enough money to live and if you are okay financially, we say that you can make ends meet. Kimberly wasn't able to make ends meet, so she had to ask her parents to pay her rent. So she was not okay financially, she didn't have enough money, so she had to ask her parents to pay for her rent. If you can't make ends meet, you will need to start spending less. Exactly. If you are not okay financially, if you don't have a lot of money, enough money to live, maybe you should spend less. You should be a little bit, maybe, stingy and economical. Out of work. I think the meaning of this idiom is pretty clear. Out of work. Out of work means unemployed, not working. If you don't have a job, we say that you are out of work. You are jobless. Gary was out of work for a year before finding a new one. He was jobless, he didn't have a job, he was unemployed for a year. Bob is out of work. Do you know anybody who might want to hire him? Yes, he's jobless, he doesn't have a job. So if you want to say that a person has no job, has no work, you can say that he is out of work, okay? He's out of work. Right-hand man. Right-hand man. Right-hand man is the most helpful assistant or employee. We call it the right-hand man. If you have a very helpful assistant or employee or a person in your life, you can call him, he's my right-hand man. A person who can support you and he's always useful, he's always available, he can always actually maybe give you money, help you, give you some solutions. For example, Joan's right-hand man helps him make all of his decisions. So I think Joan is very lucky because he has a person in his life that is very helpful and helps him all of the time. When Jack Thompson retired as president of his company, his right-hand man took over. Yes, took over means he just took the job. He just took the responsibility. So I think it's really, really important in your life to have a right-hand man, a person, a very helpful person that can help you all of the time when you are in trouble, whether you need money, whether you need advice, whether you need some solutions. So guys, do you have a right-hand man in your life? If yes, please keep it. To set eyes on somebody or something means to look at or to see for the first time. So that's the meaning of to set eyes on something or somebody. For example, Ted was in love from the moment he set eyes on Amber, from the moment he just saw Amber for the first time. Susan knew from the moment she set eyes on Ted's friend Lucas that he would be trouble. Yes. So when you just see something or somebody for the first time, we say that you look eyes on him or her. Okay? So that's the meaning of set eyes on somebody or something. To stab someone in the back. To stab someone in the back means to betray someone. Okay? To stab someone in the back. So to betray someone. As you can see in this picture, you can see the guy, he's trying to stab the other man with suitcase, or we can say a briefcase in the back. He's trying to betray him. Jill and Heather were friends until Heather stabbed Jill in the back by stealing her boyfriend. Yes. Oh, I think Heather just betrayed Jill. She cheated on him. She stabbed him in the back, okay, by stealing her boyfriend. Okay, you are firing me after all I have done for this company? You are really stabbing me in the back. You are really betraying me. Yes. So to stab somebody in the back here means to betray somebody, okay? That's the meaning of this idiom, and try to understand it, try to learn it. To be stressed out. To be stressed out means to be under severe strain, or we can say to be very anxious, to be very worried. So that's the meaning of to be stressed out. Al is so stressed out about his job that he can't sleep at night. So I think he's very anxious, very worried. He's very stressed out. He can't sleep at night. You've been so stressed out lately. You really need to take a long vacation. Yes. So you've been very worried and anxious lately. So you'd better maybe take a long vacation. Yes. Guys, if I'm stressed out, I usually drink a big glass of cold water, or sometimes I listen to my favorite music. Maybe I can feel better after that. To tell off. Tell off. To tell off. To tell off means to scold, to tell someone in strong words what one really thinks. So if you speak badly to somebody and you just criticize them and you tell them in strong words what you really think, so you are telling them off. So you should never tell your parents off, okay, for example, because you should always respect them. For example, when Ted showed up for chemistry class a half an hour late, his teacher really told him off. So he criticized him and he just scolded him. So you should not, guys, be late for the school or college. Your teacher might become angry and tell you off, say bad things to you and criticize you. Patty is going to tell off the plumber because the pipes he said he fixed are still leaking. Yeah, I think she should tell him off. She should criticize, she should scold him. What's the meaning of plumber? Plumber is someone whose job is to supply, connect, and repair water pipes and devices. So we call it plumber. And leaking here means to allow liquid or gas to escape from a hole or crack. So that's the meaning of leaking. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. Thank goodness means I'm grateful, I'm relieved. Yes. When you are happy, especially after a really difficult situations, you say thank goodness. Thank you, God. That's, for example, I didn't get hurt. Let me give you an example. When Ted came home at 4 a.m. last Sunday, his mother said, "Oh, thank goodness you're home. I was so worried about you." So this is a feeling of relief. You are very happy and you are very grateful that something happened to you. So in these situations, you can say, thank goodness. Thank goodness you didn't go to California on Monday. It rained there every day this week. Yes, I'm grateful. I'm very happy that you didn't go to California on Monday. Yes, so that's why we say thank goodness. Sometimes we can say thank God. So there is no difference. To think big. Can you guess the meaning of this idiom? Think big. Yes, that's correct. Think big means to set high goals. Okay? For example, don't just think of buying a small house or a small car. Think of maybe having a very good job, earning millions of dollars. Okay? Think big, bigger. For example, why run for governor of New York? Think big. Run for the president of the United States. Ken and Sandra hope to sell their house for $3 million. They always think big. They always have some high goals in their life. I think if you want to be successful in your life, you should always think big, okay? What's the matter? What's the matter means what's the problem? So that's very easy. And this is an American idiom. For example, what's the matter, Bob? You don't look very happy. Yeah, what's the problem? Oscar looks very pale. What's the matter with him? Yeah, what's the problem with him? What's wrong with him? So what's the matter means what's the problem, or we can say what's wrong, okay? That's it, yes, and I think you know it. It's really easy, and American people use it all of the time. When pigs fly, when pigs fly. Do you think pigs can fly, guys? Never. So when pigs fly means something that never happens, and this is a really nice slang. Will Ted teach Nicole how to play the guitar when pigs fly? Never. Sure, I'll give you my new laptop when pigs fly. Yeah. Do Do you think I can learn English in maybe 2 weeks? When pigs fly, that will never happen. So if you want to say that something never happens, you can say when pigs fly. There are some other synonyms for when pigs fly or never. You can say when hell freezes over or never in a million years. Never in a million years. You want to learn English in 2 weeks? When the hell freezes over or never in a million years. So guys, that was the end of lesson number 2. I hope you have enjoyed learning these idioms. In the next stage, we're going to use all of these idioms in different actually sentences and conversation. Do not forget to listen to this conversation. Understanding these idioms in this conversation can help you to master them. Good luck! Okay, my dear friends, welcome to this part, idioms in conversation. This conversation is between Brad and Sarah. Brad returns home with bad news. So Brad tells his wife Sarah that he lost his job, and Sarah suggests that he starts his own business. So guys, let's listen to this conversation between Brad and Sarah, and let's understand the idioms in real situation, in real conversations. So Sarah starts the conversation and says, "What's the matter, dear?" Brad says, "Sarah, I got canned today at work." Then Sarah says, "But Brad, you were Powell's right-hand man." Brad says, "Yeah, and he stabbed me in the back." Sarah says, "Keep your chin up. Maybe he'll change his mind and take you back." Brad says, "When pigs fly, once he makes up his mind, he never changes it. Besides, I told him off." Then Sarah says, "Look on the bright side. You won't have to set eyes on Powell ever again." Then Brad says, "Thank goodness for that." Sarah says, "Hang in there. I'm sure you won't be out of work for long." Then Brad says, in the meantime, we'll have to live from hand to mouth." Then Sarah says, "Don't get too stressed out, Brad. We'll make ends meet." Brad says, "I can always get a job at McDonald's as a last resort." Then Sarah says, "I don't think they're hiring right now." Brad says, "If worst comes to worst, we can sell our home and move into a tent." Then Sarah says, "Let's think big. Maybe you can start your own business." Brad says, "Ha ha ha, easier said than done." Hello, my dear friends. Welcome to this part, practice and check yourself. So in this part, like always, as you know, I'm going to give you a clear picture of an idiom and a clear explanation of an idiom. So you have 10 seconds to guess the right idiom. So are you ready? Let's get started. So the first idiom. When we guys speak about something that can never happen, that's impossible to happen. So what idiom and expression we can use here? You have 10 seconds to think. Okay, that's right. We say what? Yes, we say when pigs fly. When pigs fly, which means something will never happen. Idiom number 2. You know, guys, my friend is actually a very helpful assistant. He's a very helpful assistant at work, and I appreciate his help. So when we speak about a person or an assistant that is very helpful, what idiom and expression we can use here? Can you guess? Think. Yes. What is it? Yes, I say my friend is a right-hand man. Yes, a right-hand man, which means a very helpful assistant or employee or sometimes friend. Idiom number 3. You know, guys, these days I barely have enough money and cash to survive. Yes, I don't have enough money. I should find a good job. So, what idiom comes to your mind? What is the idiom for this? Can you guess? Think for 10 seconds. Okay, yes. We say to live from hand to mouth. Yes, these days I'm living from hand to mouth, which means I barely have enough money to survive. And idiom number 4. You know, guys, my friend wants to actually pass the test, but I told him it's more difficult than you think. So, what idiom comes to your mind when we speak about something that is more difficult than you think? Huh? So, think for 10 seconds and then answer. Yes, we usually say easier said than done, right? Easier said than done, which means it's more difficult than you think. The next idiom. Guys, if you tell a person to be optimistic, to actually stay positive despite difficulties, what idiom and expression we can tell him? Do you know? Think for 10 seconds, then reply. Yes, we usually tell people to look on the bright side. If you tell a person to look on the bright side, we are telling them to stay positive, even in difficult situations. Okay, and the last idiom is about when we speak about actually the last solution, if there is just one solution or the last solution to get out of a difficulty or problem. What idiom is for this last solution? Can you remember that? Think. Yes, did you actually remember? We usually say last resort, as a last resort, which means as the last solution to get out of the problem. Okay, my dear friends, I hope you have enjoyed this lesson and this chapter, and I hope you have answered all of my questions. If you still have problems understanding some of these idioms, please go back and review the lessons, and you can always ask me your questions. Thank you very much. Hello, everybody. How are you doing? This is Ahmad Ravi. And in this lesson, lesson number 3, we're going to learn many great practical idioms, and we're going to use them in different examples. There are pictures for every idiom, so you can remember it for a long time. So I want you to focus, and I want you to listen to me carefully. You can take notes if you want to. So let's start with the first idiom. Beside the point. Very nice one. Beside the point. If something is beside the point, it's not relevant or not important. For example, whether or not I ask the waiter to bring us water is beside the point. Waiters should always bring water to the table. Exactly. So beside the point here means it's not relevant and it's not important. The reason you're late is beside the point. The reason you're late is not important, or the reason you're late is not relevant. The fact is, your dinner is now cold. So we use beside the point when we are referring to something that has no connection with our issue or not relevant to our issue. So in these situations, we can say that's beside the point. To blow something. Oh, look at that guy. He blew it. To blow something means to spoil or botch something. If you blew something, you just make a very stupid mistake and you fail. For example, Brenda blew the interview and didn't get the job offer. So she didn't actually do well. She just spoiled the interview and she was not successful. She couldn't manage it and she didn't get the job. It's okay, maybe next time. Randy managed to get a date with the most popular girl in his class. Now I hope he doesn't blow it. I hope he doesn't actually make any stupid mistake. I hope everything goes well with him. So guys, what's the meaning of date here? Date is a social or romantic appointment or engagement. So here Randy, he's having a date, a romantic engagement, a romantic appointment with this beautiful girl. And I hope he doesn't blow it. To buckle down. This is one of my favorite idioms. I use it in my class all of the time with my students. I always tell them you should buckle down. Buckle down means to start working seriously. Yes, to start working hard. If Don buckles down now, he might be able to graduate from high school this year. So if Don buckles down, if he start working hard and seriously, yeah, he might graduate. Team, if we want to win this tournament, we're going to need to buckle down. Exactly. So what's the meaning of tournament here? Tournament is a series of contests between a number of competitors who compete for an overall prize. Okay, so this is many series of contexts. So buckle down means to start working seriously. So again guys, if you want to learn all of these idioms, I believe you should buckle down. You should start working seriously, okay? Do not skip and do not actually run away from learning these idioms. Can't stand! A very nice and very popular and very common one. Can't stand means to hate something. For example, Bob can't stand bureaucrats, so he'd never do well working at a large corporation. So what's the meaning of bureaucrats? Bureaucrats are the officials, employees, and the people who run government departments and offices or similar officers. So that's the meaning of bureaucrats. Nicole can't stand broccoli. She simply refuses to eat it. Yeah, me neither. I can't stand broccoli, which means I hate broccoli. This is a very nice slang you can use when you hate, when you don't like something. For example, I can't stand people when they stare and look at me for a long time. Yeah, I hate it, especially when I'm in the restaurant. To cut class, I think you can understand the meaning of this idiom. It's very clear. To cut class means to miss class without an excuse. When you don't go to your class, you go outside, maybe with your friends, to a different cafe. You just run around, waste time, you miss classes, you cut classes. When I was younger, I always cut classes. I didn't go to the class. I went just outside with my friends, went to different parks. So the example here says, Ted often cuts classes or cuts class to spend more time with his girlfriend. No, shame on him. He should not cut classes, I guess, because he's gonna face the bad consequences. If you keep cutting French class, you're going to fail it. Yes, you should stop missing classes. You should stop cutting classes. Because if you do, if you keep doing it, you will fail. So guys, do not cut classes in your life. Yes, this is my experience. Be real. Be real. What does it mean? Be real means to be serious or realistic about what's going on. So if you tell people to be real, you are telling them to be serious about something, to be realistic about something, and stop joking. You think you won't get a speeding ticket when you drive 85 miles per hour? Come on, get real. I'm not joking. So here we have a speeding ticket. Speeding ticket is a piece of paper that a police officer gives to someone who was driving too fast, and that indicates a fine that the driver will have to pay. So we call it speeding ticket. This actually phrase that you might not know. You think you are going to win $1 million in the lottery? Get real. Which means, come on, be realistic. That's not gonna happen. Stop just fooling yourself. Stop dreaming. Just get real. Come on. That's right. To have one's heart set on. To have your heart set on something means to really want something. When you are really interested in something, when you really want to do something, want to have something, you can use this phrase. I always had my heart set on meeting a hot girl, but I couldn't do this. Nicole has her heart set on going to New York this weekend, which means that she really wants to go to New York. Or did you really have your heart set on going to Harvard? Did you really wanted to go to Harvard? So to have your heart set on doing something means that you really want to do something, and this is a really common, nice and popular idiom. We just hear it in different movies and clips. To hit the books, I always tell my students you should hit the books. So what does it mean? Does it mean that we should go and hit the books with our hands? No, hit the books here means to start studying seriously and hard. Hit the books. Ted wasted all weekend. Finally, on Sunday night, he decided it was time to hit the books, which means it was time to just start studying and reading books. Hit the books! I know you have a test tomorrow. Exactly. I always hit the books just the night before the exam. I know that's wrong, that's not right, but this is a really bad habit and I should stop it. Lost cause. That's a lost cause. When we speak about something that's lost cause, we say that's hopeless. Something hopeless. There is no hope, okay? It's a lost cause. Just go home. There is no hope here. For example, Cindy spent 5 years studying Russian. Finally, she realized it was a lost cause. It was something hopeless. She would never learn it. Exactly. Jack needs to stop drinking so much coffee, but he's so addicted to caffeine that it is a lost cause. Exactly. He can't stop drinking coffee. So it's something hopeless. For example, if you think you can learn English in 2 weeks, I think that's a lost cause. That's something completely hopeless. You can never do this. It's impossible. Yes. To not give a hoot. To not give a hoot. As you can see, this girl, she doesn't give a hoot. She doesn't give a shit. So not give a hoot means not care about something. For example, Tom likes to walk around town in his pajamas. He doesn't give a hoot what people think. He doesn't care. He doesn't give a shit. Yes. Stephanie doesn't give a hoot if she's the only one wearing green dress to the high school prom. So she doesn't give a hoot, which means she doesn't give a shit. There are two other synonyms. Not give a hoot, we can say to not give a damn or not give a darn or not give a shit. As you can see in this picture, this girl, she doesn't give a shit about what people think. Yes, if you want to have a happy life, I think you should not give a hoot about what people think. Over someone's head. Over someone's head. If something is over your head, it's beyond one's understanding. So you cannot understand it because it's just over your head. It's beyond your understanding. You cannot understand it. For example, the professor was speaking over our heads. None of us could understand him. So here means that the professor was speaking about something that was really difficult for us to understand. It's beyond our understanding. The article on cloning was written for scientists. It was over my head. Yes, it was beyond my understanding. Guys, to be honest with you, philosophy is over my head. I cannot understand it. I don't know what it speaks about, you know. To slack off. To slack off means to waste time. Yes, that's a very nice, actually, phrase. This is an American one. To slack off. To waste time. As you can see, this girl in this picture, she's slacking off, which means she's wasting time. Amanda doesn't get much done at the office. She's too busy slacking off. She's too busy wasting time, okay? So slack off means to waste time. Guys, don't waste time. Don't slack off. I'd better stop slacking off. My essay is due in 2 hours. Yes, you'd better stop wasting time. What's the meaning of due here? My essay is due. So due here, guys, means expected at or a planned for at a certain time. So when it says my essay is due in 2 hours, it means that I should deliver my essay in 2 hours. I don't have time. And there's a note here on the right, as you can see, people who slack off all the time are called slackers. So you can call them slacker. Hey, slacker, how are you doing? You can call your friend slacker. Yeah, those people who waste time. And the last idiom of this lesson is to stand a chance. To stand a chance means to have the possibility of success. If you stand a chance, it means that you have the possibility of success. So your success is possible. For example, although the American figure skaters were good, they didn't stand a chance of winning a gold medal at the Olympics. They didn't have the possibility of winning. They didn't have the possibility of succeeding. Wilton High School was the best soccer team in the States. I'm afraid we don't stand a chance against them. Yeah, I'm afraid we don't actually have the possibility of success and winning against them. So to stand a chance here means to have the possibility of success and actually winning. So that's the end. I hope you have enjoyed this lesson, and in the next stage we're gonna use all of these words in a very interesting conversation. And we're going to use all of these words in different short clips so you can see how native English people pronounce and use them. See you! Hello everybody, welcome to this conversation, Tim's day at school. So this conversation is between Tim, Brad, and Sarah. Tim tells his parents he did poorly on his chemistry test. They tell him he needs to get serious and study more. So guys, you know Brad and Sarah. Brad got fired and Sarah suggested that he finds a better job. So here Tim is the son of the family. So let's listen to this conversation. Tim says, actually Sarah says here, "How was your day at school today, Tim?" Tim answers, "Bad.
I had a chemistry test and I blew it. And the mother says, maybe if you didn't cut class so often, you'd do better. Then the father, Brad, says, that's right, son. Stop slacking off and start hitting the books. Then Tim says, but I can't stand chemistry class. Besides, it's a lost cause. That class is way over my head. Then Sarah, the mother, says, you need to buckle down, which means you need to work seriously. And Tim says, when I'm a famous musician, people won't give a hoot about my knowledge of atoms and molecules. Then the father, Brad, says, that's beside the point. Sarah says, we know you have your heart set on going to New York University. Brad says, and you don't stand a chance of getting in there with such poor grades.
Hello, my dear friends. I hope you are doing great and welcome to another part of Practice and Check Your Understanding. As you know, I'm going to give you a clear picture of an idiom and clear explanation and definition of this idiom. So you have 10 seconds to think and answer me. So are you ready? Let's do it. So idiom number 1. I always tell my brother to start working seriously. He should start working seriously because he's very lazy. So what idiom I can use here to tell him to work harder? Yes. What is the idiom? I should tell him to buckle down. Yes. Buckle down means to start working seriously. Buckle down. Idiom number 2. You know, guys, my sister wants to travel to Canada. She really wants to travel to Canada. So, what idiom I can use for my sister that she really wants to travel to Canada? Huh? That's right. I usually say she has her heart set on traveling to Canada. So, she has her heart set on traveling to Canada, which means she really wants to travel to Canada. Idiom number 3. You know, guys, my brother, as I told you, is a little lazy and he always wastes time. Yes, he wastes time. So what is the idiom actually for wasting time? It's an easy one. Can you remember it? Think for 10 seconds and then reply. That's right. We say he's slacking off. So we should tell him don't slack off. Or stop slacking off, which means stop wasting your time. Yes, stop slacking off. The next idiom. You know, guys, in my family, my father doesn't care at all about my problems, about my needs. So when we say that somebody doesn't care about something, what idiom can we use here? Can you remember? Yes, we say, what is the idiom? That's right. We say that my father doesn't give a hoot. He doesn't give a hoot, which means he doesn't care about anything. Okay? He doesn't give a hoot about my problems. He doesn't care about my problems. The next idiom. When we speak about something that is not important and not relevant. Yes, something that is not important or not relevant. What is the idiom? What is the American idiom for this expression? Think and then answer. That's right. When we speak about something not important or not relevant, we say that's beside the point. That's beside the point, which means that's not relevant or not important, or we are speaking about something completely different. That's beside the point. And the last idiom of this chapter we want to review here is about something that's hopeless. Yeah, when we speak about something that is hopeless and there is no hope in something, what idiom can we use here? Can you remember? So, what is your answer? That's right. We say it's a lost cause. Lost cause, which means something that is actually hopeless and there is no hope. Okay, my dear friends, I hope you have answered all of my questions, but if you still have problems, please come back and review the idioms so you can improve yourself. So, let's go to the next chapter. Have a great time. Everybody, how are you doing? Welcome to lesson number 4. In this lesson, we're going to learn many great, nice, useful idioms American people use in their everyday life. So I want you to focus and understand these idioms. So let's start with stage number 1. Do not forget to look at the pictures we have just designed. So these pictures can help you to remember the idioms for a long time. So the first idiom of this lesson is butt in. Yes, butt in. It's pronounced de, double T when they come together. It's pronounced de in America. So we say butt in. So butt in means to interrupt or interfere. Okay, this is a very common slang which means to interrupt or to interfere. Let me give you 2 examples. Nancy is always butting into other people's business. She's always interrupting and interfering into the other people's business. Sarah is really rude. Rude here means a person who is mean and impolite. She always butts in to other people's conversations, which means she always stops, she always interrupts other people's conversations. Remember, butt in, okay? Butt comes with the preposition in. So we butt in something. Idiom number 2, to drive one crazy. This is a very common idiom. I'm not sure if you have heard it before, but we use it all of the time. We hear it all of the time in different movies and clips. To drive somebody crazy means to annoy someone very much, to bother someone very much, to maybe we can say to move on somebody's nerve all of the time. So there are 2 other synonyms for this idiom, to drive someone nuts or to drive one up the wall. We can use these 2 idioms instead of drive somebody crazy. For example, don't ask Mrs. Smith how old she is. It drives her crazy. Yes, it makes her really angry and it annoys her. Don't do this. Probably women don't like to be asked about their age. I never ask women about their age. I know they become angry. Please stop chewing gum so loudly. It's driving me crazy. That's right. I think when people chew something very loudly, especially gum, it drives us crazy. Yes? So we can say it drives me up the wall instead of it drives me crazy. Okay? We can use the synonyms.
Yeah, that's it. You know, when somebody speaks languages other than English in my class, it drives me nuts. It drives me crazy. It makes me really angry, and sometimes I lose control, guys. Yes. To go into. To go into means to enter a profession, to start a job, a new job. This is the meaning of to go into something. So, go into has several other meanings, including one, enter. For example, go into the house or get a pen. Number two, enter another emotion state. For example, Sally went into hysterics. Okay, she went into hysterics. So the second meaning of go into means to enter another emotion state. And the third meaning of go into means to discuss details. For example, I don't have time now to go into the whole story, which means I don't have time to discuss the details about the story. So let me give you an example. So to go into here means to enter a job or profession, okay? For example, Lisa enjoys arguing with people, so she decided to go into law. So she decided to start this profession because she loves arguing. She decided to go into law, to start studying law, maybe. Do you like solving people's problems? If so, you should consider going into psychology. Exactly. So, going into something here, it means to start, to enter a profession. And as I told you and explained for you, go into has three other different meanings, and I explained them for you. Try to understand them. And this is a very common phrase. We use it in different text and newspapers. Green with envy. Green with envy. Green with envy means desiring another's advantages or thing. When you feel jealous, you just feel green with envy. So green with envy means you want something that others have, maybe a car or maybe a profession. That's a very negative and bad feeling. For example, when Daniel got promoted to vice president of the bank, his colleagues were green with envy, which means colleague here means coworker, a person who works with you at work. And there is a word here, promote. Promote means the action of raising someone to a higher position or rank, or the fact of being so raised. So when somebody is promoted, means that he's raised to a higher position. So that's why his colleagues, his coworkers, are green with envy. They are very jealous. You won the lottery? Oh shit, I'm green with envy, which means that I feel very envious and jealous of you. What's the meaning of lottery here, guys? Lottery is a system of selling number tickets and giving prizes to those people whose numbers are chosen by chance. So we give prizes to those people whose numbers are chosen by chance. This system is called lottery. Have you won the lottery, guys? I did 2 years ago. Yes, and my friends were green with envy. They were very jealous. So that's the meaning of this idiom, green with envy. Try to understand it and try to use it in your everyday life. Hung ho. Hung ho. Do you think this is English? No, it's not English, but we use it in English sometimes, and you probably have heard it in some American movies. So hung ho means very enthusiastic, very excited about something. Okay? If the expression hung ho doesn't sound like English to you, there is a reason. It comes from Mandarin Chinese phrase meaning working together. A U.S. Marine Corps commander in China adopted this expression as the motto for his battalion during World War II, and from there it sailed over to the United States and came into common use. So as you can see, hung ho, it comes from the Chinese word, which means very enthusiastic, very interested, very excited. When you love something very much, you can use this phrase. For example, Heather is really gung-ho about her new job, which means that he's really excited about her new job. Yes. Sharon really loves college. She's very gung-ho, which means that she's very, very enthusiastic. She's very happy and excited about her college. She loves this college very much. Are you guys gung-ho about learning English? If yes, I want you to learn and master these idioms I'm trying to explain. So, do not forget that we say gung-ho about something, okay? You're always gung-ho about something. As I said, I'm gung-ho about learning English or maybe French. Head and shoulders above. Head and shoulders. Sometimes we say it like fast, like head and shoulders above others, which means far superior to, which means excel people, to be better than other people. So if you are head and shoulders above others, it means that you are in a better position. You are better than others. For example, the Boston Symphony Orchestra is head and shoulders above any other orchestra in the area, which means that it's better than other orchestra in that place. I can't believe you only won second prize in the competition. You were head and shoulders above the first prize winner. Yeah, which means that you were better than the first prize winner. So, head and shoulders. I think I am head and shoulders above my friend Marshall because I can speak 6 languages, but he can only speak 2 languages. So, I'm far superior to him, right? Yes. To hit the nail on the head. Hit the nail on the head. To hit the nail on the head means to be right, to be exact. So if somebody says something exact, we can say that you hit the nail on the head. As you can see in this picture, the guy is trying to hit this nail on the head. So if you hit the nail on the head, you can just, easily fix something, right? So, but hit the nail on the head here means to be exact and to be right. For example, Don hit the nail on the head when he said that Tiffany is jealous of Amber. He just said the exact thing. That was completely correct and right. Steve hit the nail on the head with his idea of moving his company's manufacturing facility to China. He just did the exact and the correct and the right thing. So that's the meaning of hit the nail on the head. To be on thin ice with someone. To be on thin ice with someone. It means to be in a dangerous position, to be temporarily on somebody's bad side. So if you are in a dangerous position, you are actually moving on thin ice. So there is also the variation to skate on thin ice. For example, Joey knew he was skating on thin ice when he bought candy with his lunch money. So to be actually on thin ice with somebody means to be in a dangerous position. For example, Joey was on thin ice with his mom after he spent his lunch money on candy bars. Yes. So he was in a dangerous situation, and actually his mother, I think, is gonna become really angry. Bill was on thin ice with his girlfriend after she saw him at the movie theater with another girl. Oh my God. That's a very dangerous situation. That's a very dangerous position. And I think she's gonna break up with him maybe. Yeah, he's on thin ice with her. Guys, to be honest with you, I had an accident with my father's car, so I think I'm on thin ice with my father. He's gonna punish me. The next idiom is to pay someone a compliment. To pay someone a compliment means to give someone a compliment, to offer someone an admiring comment, to say good things about somebody's skills. So, for example, Professor Russo paid Jennifer a compliment. He said she had a beautiful smile. Yes. So, actually paid Jennifer a compliment here means that Professor Russo, he just offered her a very nice comment. He just said something nice about her. Isn't it wonderful to pay someone a compliment? It makes them feel good and it doesn't cost you anything. That's right. Sometimes you have to pay people a compliment. For example, if you see that your friend has a beautiful shirt, just pay him a compliment and say it. Say it, oh, what a beautiful shirt. So you are paying him a compliment and that makes him feel better. To shake in one's shoes. To shake in one's shoes, which means to tremble with fear, to be afraid and scared. So if somebody's shaking in his or her shoes, it means that they are afraid and scared. For example, Brianna is scared of her French teacher, Monsieur Le Monster. Whenever he speaks to her, Brianna starts shaking in her shoes, which means she starts to tremble with fear. She starts to be scared and afraid. Oh, shit. During the storm, Billy was hiding under his kitchen table and was really shaking in his shoes. He was really afraid and scared. Last night, I just watched a horror movie, guys, and I couldn't sleep. I was shaking in my shoes. You should never watch horror movies at night. Shut up. Shut up. Everybody knows the meaning of shut up. Shut up means to be quiet or stop speaking. Remember that telling someone to shut up is rude and impolite. It's better to say be quiet, or more politely, please be quiet. So shut up is informal. It's a very bad slang, so do not say it unless you are very, very angry. The professor talked for hours. I thought he'd never shut up. He'd never be quiet. Nicole kept telling Ted to turn down his stereo. Finally, he got angry and said, "Shut up," which means be quiet. But it's not polite, it's not formal, it's informal and impolite. So do not say it to people unless you are very, very angry. For example, yesterday I was speaking for hours. My father got really angry and he finally told me to shut up. Way to go! Way to go means good work. I love this phrase. Way to go. Good work or good job. For example, you won $2,000 in the poetry writing contest? Oh my God, way to go. Good work, good job, well done. That was perfect. That was an interesting article you wrote. Way to go. Perfect. I just told my friend, you speak English very well. Way to go, which means good work, well done. So that's the meaning of way to go. It's a good way to encourage and sometimes to pay people a compliment. Hello, my dear friends. Welcome to Idioms and Conversations. Actually, in this conversation, we're going to speak about Nancy, the daughter in the family. Nancy's day at school. So Nancy tells her mother, Sarah, about her successful presentation at school. Her brother, Tim, overhears and interrupts the conversation. So here, there's a conversation between Nancy, Tim, and the mother. So, are you ready, guys? Let's get started and let's understand the idioms in real situation. So the mother says, How was your day at school today, Nancy? Nancy says. It was great, Mom. I gave a presentation on Hillary Clinton in government class. Afterwards, my teacher paid me a compliment. The mother says. What did she say? Nancy says. She said my presentation was head and shoulders above the others. The mother, Sarah, says, Way to go! And then Nancy replies, She also said, I should go into politics just like Hillary. And then here Tim interrupts and says, You're so gung-ho about school, it drives me crazy. Nancy replies, Tim, don't butt in, you're just jealous. And then Tim answers, Right, you hit the nail on the head. I'm green with envy. And then Nancy says, Would you just shut up? You're on thin ice with me right now. Tim says, Oh no, look at me. I'm shaking in my shoes. Hello my dear friends, welcome to chapter number 4. And in this part, practice and check your understanding. I'm gonna show you a clear picture and I'm gonna give you a clear definition. Then you have 10 seconds to actually guess and tell me the right answer, the right idiom. So, are you ready? Let's do it. So my dear friends, the first idiom is about my sister, a little sister. She actually annoys me very much. She bothers me all of the time. So what American idiom I can use for her? You have 10 seconds to think. That's right. What is the idiom? Yes, she drives me crazy. Yes, she drives me crazy. So if somebody drives you crazy, actually they annoy you very much. Idiom number 2. Actually, my friend speaks English better than me. He's far superior to me. So what idiom can we use here to speak about something or somebody who is far superior to us? Huh? Think for 10 seconds. So, did you guess the right one? Yes, we say he is head and shoulders above me. He is head and shoulders above me, which means he's far superior to me. Idiom number 3. When we want to tell a person that he's completely right or maybe he said the exact thing, yes, a person who is completely right and he said the exact thing, what idiom, American one, can we use here? Think for 10 seconds, then answer me. So, what do you say? Yeah, we usually tell people you hit the nail on the head. You hit the nail on the head, which means you said the exact thing or you are completely right. You hit the nail on the head. The next idiom, idiom number 4. You know guys, yesterday I watched a horror movie and I was really afraid because I was alone. So what idiom you can use here for me? I was afraid. I was really scared and afraid. What do you think? That's right. We say, I was shaking in my shoes. I was shaking in my shoes, which means I was scared and really afraid. The next idiom, guys, my brother actually, he always interrupts me when I'm working and he always interferes in my business, unfortunately. So, what idiom I can use here to describe this attitude, this actually behavior? You have 10 seconds to think. That's right, we say he always butts in. Yeah, butt in. He always butts in, which means he always interrupts and interferes in my life and business and work. And the last idiom, if somebody or one person is in a dangerous position, or we can say, let's say in a dangerous situation, what idiom and American expression we can use for him? What do you think? Yes, we usually say he is or she is on thin ice. Yes, he or she is on thin ice. Or sometimes we say she is on thin ice with the boss, which means she is in a dangerous situation with her boss. Okay, my dear friends, I hope you have answered all of these questions, but if you still have problems, please come back and review the idioms. My dear friends, how are you doing? I hope everything is going well for you. Welcome to lesson number 5, and this is idiom times. Stage number 1. As you know, in this stage, we're gonna introduce many great idioms, American common idioms for you. There are pictures for every idiom. You should make connection with these pictures so you can remember these idioms for a long time. Do not forget to follow stage number 2 and 3, which we will use all of these idioms in a very interesting conversation and different clips. Let's start with the first one. To be crazy about. To be crazy about something or somebody, which means to like something very much. For example, Amy is so crazy about golf. She'd like to play every day. So, crazy about here means that she loves golf very much. She is addicted. She's crazy about it. I'm sure Kathy will agree to go out on a date with Sam. She's crazy about him. Yes, which means she's in love with him. She likes him very, very much. She's crazy about him. What's the meaning of date here? Date, as I told you before, is a romantic meeting. So here, Kate likes to actually go on a romantic meeting with Sam because she's crazy about him. I'm crazy about learning idioms. I learn idioms every day and I teach my students different English idioms. So guys, what are you crazy about? Is there something in your life you're crazy about? So remember, we are always crazy about something or somebody. Cup of tea. Sometimes American people say it fast, like cup of tea. Yes, cup of tea, cup of tea. So, cup of tea means the type of person or thing that one generally likes. So, if you generally like something or somebody, you can say that thing or that person is your cup of tea or not cup of tea. This expression is almost always used in the negative. For example, she's not my cup of tea, which means that I don't generally like that person. So remember, guys, we use it mostly in negative way. For example, hockey isn't Alan's cup of tea. He prefers soccer. So he doesn't like hockey. He's not interested in hockey. That's not his cup of tea or cup of tea. I know Joy is nice, but she's simply not my cup of tea. Yes, she's not my favorite person, and I don't like that person. I don't like him. So that's the meaning of cup of tea. To be down in the dumps. To be down in the dumps. To be down in the dumps, as you can see in the picture, means to feel sad or to be depressed. Sometimes you guys feel down in the dumps. For example, when you fail your exam, when you break up with somebody, you feel down in the dumps. For example, it's not surprising that Lisa is down in the dumps. Pause. The cat she had for 20 years just died. And she feels really sad. She's depressed. She's down in the dumps. It's easy to feel down in the dumps when it's raining outside. I completely agree with this sentence. I myself personally, I feel down in the dumps. I feel sad when it rains and I don't know the reason. Guys, when I feel down in the dumps, I usually watch some maybe sitcoms, comic movies that can make me feel better, or sometimes I call my best friends. To drop by. Drop by means to pay a short, often unannounced visit. When you visit somebody for a short time, especially when it's unannounced visit, a sudden visit, we can say that you drop by. For example, if we have time before the movie, let's drop by Bill's house. Okay? Let's just pay him a short visit. Let's go and visit him for a short time. Let's drop by Bill's house. Hi, I was in the neighborhood, so I thought I'd drop by, which means I thought I could just visit you for a short time. So here, drop by means to visit somebody or to pay somebody a short visit. To hang around. This is a very common American actually phrase used every day in different clips, movies, American conversations, which means to spend time idly or to linger. When you spend your time idly, you do nothing, you just linger. This is the meaning of hang around. Sometimes you go out with your friends, there is no purpose, you just go out, maybe go to different places just to have fun, so you are hanging around. For example, we had to hang around the airport for an extra 6 hours because our flight was delayed. Nina's boyfriend Boris is coming over soon. She hopes her parents aren't planning on hanging around the house. Yes. So hanging around means to spend time idly or to linger. To hang out. Hang out. Hang out means to spend time often doing nothing. So hang out we usually come with hang out with means to keep company with someone. You hang out with people usually. For example, Ted spent all of last summer hanging out by his friend's pool, which means he spent a lot of time doing nothing there. Kathy and her friends like to hang out at the mall. So they like to just spend time doing nothing at the mall, just to have fun and spend time. Yeah, sometimes I hang out with my friends. We just go outside and we do nothing, but we just want to have fun, To have a blast. To have a blast. As you can see in this picture, these girls having a blast. To have a blast is a slang which means to enjoy oneself very much. So if you go to a party and you have a lot of great time, you can say that I had a blast. For example, last summer Nicole had a blast backpacking through Europe with some friends. Okay, she had a blast. She had a wonderful, great time. Heather spent her spring break in Fort Lauderdale with millions of other college students. She had a blast. She had a perfect time. She enjoyed herself very much. I'd like to travel to France, Paris. That's my favorite place. I usually can have a blast there. I usually can enjoy myself. To have a good time. To have a good time. And I think you can understand the meaning of this phrase. It's really easy, which means to enjoy yourself. This is another synonym to have a blast, to enjoy yourself or have a good time. For example, Marcy and Joe's had a good time salsa dancing at Babalu, a nightclub in Manhattan. They had a great time. They enjoyed themselves. They had a blast. Nora and Jake had a good time on their honeymoon in Maya. So, had a good time here means to enjoy yourself, to have a great time, to just have a blast. So you can use three great phrases: have a blast, have a good time, or to enjoy yourself. Take it easy. Take it easy. This is a very encouraging sentence. Take it easy means relax, don't worry. If you think that, for example, somebody is under a lot of pressure, he's crying, he's in a very bad mood, you can tell him, come on, relax, don't worry. This is life and things will change. For example, you lost your keys? Take it easy. I'm sure you'll find them. I'm sure you'll find them. Take it easy. Relax, don't worry. Stop yelling and take it easy. I'm sure there is a good explanation for why Joe borrowed your car without asking first. Yes. Don't worry, relax. So if you want to tell people not to worry and relax, you can tell them to take it easy. What's the meaning of yelling? Stop yelling. Yelling means speaking loudly and shouting. When you are angry, you speak very loudly, you start to shout, and that's called yelling. So guys, do you think you can't learn English? Come on, take it easy. Don't worry. Just, practice. Practice makes perfect. To take something the wrong way. To take something the wrong way. To take something the wrong way means to take offense. This expression is often used in the negative form. For example, we usually say, don't take this the wrong way, but yes, which means don't take offense. Don't take offense. Don't become angry. Don't take this the wrong way, but I liked your hair better before you got it cut. Okay? Which means don't just take offense. And don't become angry and sad with me. Jessica is offended. I guess she took it the wrong way when I told her she should exercise more. Yes, she took it as an offense. And I think she became sad and angry when I told her she should exercise more. Because when you tell people you should exercise more, maybe it means that they are not in a good shape. They are maybe fat. And they should get some more exercise. So, offended here means to cause to be upset or to hurt the feelings of someone, especially by being rude or showing a lack of respect. So, when you just show a lack of respect, maybe people become angry, sad, you hurt their feeling, and we can say that they are offended. There is no accounting for taste. There is no accounting for taste, which means it's impossible to explain individual likes and dislikes. People have different likes and different dislikes, so it's impossible to explain it. For example, Ted likes to put sugar on his spaghetti, as you can see in this picture. I guess there is no accounting for taste, yes. It's impossible to explain individual likes and dislikes. Everybody has different likes and different dislikes. Tiffany has a tattoo of squirrel on her leg. There is no accounting for taste. Yes, there is no accounting for taste. I believe everybody has a different likes, everybody has a different dislikes, so it's impossible to explain it. Under one's breath. Under one's breath means quietly in a whisper. If you say something under your breath, You just say it quietly, in a whisper. Amber is strange, muttered Nicole under her breath as Ted was leaving the room. Mike agreed to take out the garbage, saying under his breath, "Oh, I always do the dirty work around here." Yes, he just said it quietly. So if you say something under your breath, you just say it in a whisper, in a quiet way, so people can't understand or recognize it maybe. Garbage. Garbage means waste material, especially unwanted food or container in which waste is kept. So this is called garbage, and you have to take it outside maybe every day or every week. To be up in the air. To be up in the air means to not yet determined or uncertain. If you are uncertain, if you have not taken and made a decision, if you are undecided and not yet determined, you can say that you are up in the air. For example, it might rain later, so our plans for the picnic are up in the air, which means our plans for the picnic are uncertain, not clear yet, and we don't know what to do. Our trip to Russia is up in the air. Our trip to Russia is not clear and not certain, and we are not sure about it. We aren't sure we'll get our visa in time. So, up in the air, when we speak about something that is not certain, you can say it's up in the air. Sometimes your plan is up in the air. You have not made decision. It's not clear. For example, you want to travel, but you don't know which day to travel. So, your plan is up in the air. And that's the last idiom of this lesson. I hope you have enjoyed it. Do not forget to follow the next 2 stages and do not forget to take the quizzes. I wish you have enjoyed this lesson. Please, for any questions, any problems, do not forget to contact me. Thank you. Hello everybody, welcome to Idioms and Conversations. In this conversation, actually, Tim goes out for the evening. So this conversation is between the son and the mother, Tim and Sarah. So Tim leaves to go visit his girlfriend, Amber. And Tim's mother, Sarah, says she doesn't really like Amber. She wishes him a good time anyway. So guys, let's understand the idioms in a real conversation. Are you ready? Let's do it. Tim says, "See you later, Mom." And the mother says, "Where are you going?" Tim answers, "I told Amber I'd drop by," which means I will visit her for a short time. The mother answers, "What are you two going to do?" Tim replies, "Maybe go to the movies or to a party. Our plans are still up in the air," which means not clear. And then the mother replies and says, "Why don't you invite her over here?" Tim says, "I don't want to hang around here. Dad is really down in the dumps," which means he's very sad and depressed. Sarah says, "Is Amber the girl with the nose ring and the purple hair?" And Tim answers, "Yeah, I'm crazy about her," which means I really, really love her. Then the mother, Sarah, says, "Don't take this the wrong way, but she's not exactly my cup of tea," which means I don't really like her. And then Tim answers, "Take it easy, Mom. We're not about to get married. We just enjoy hanging out together, spending time doing nothing." And the mother, Sarah, says, "I guess there is no accounting for taste. Have a good time." And then Tim answers, "Don't worry, we'll have a blast," which means we will have a great time. Sarah says, under her breath, "That's what I'm afraid of. That's what I'm afraid of." She said it under her breath very quietly, like a whisper.
Hello, my dear friends. Welcome to chapter number 5, Practice and Check Your Understanding. And in this chapter, like always, I'm going to show you a clear picture of an idiom. Plus, you can actually listen to my definition and explanation. Then you have 10 seconds to check and actually answer my question. So, are you ready? Let's do it. So the first idiom is about actually when we speak about something actually when we say that it's impossible to explain individual likes and dislikes. Everybody has a different taste. Everybody has a different likes and dislikes. What idiom, what American idiom we can use here? Think for 10 seconds. That's right. We say there is no accounting for taste. There is no accounting for taste, which means it's impossible to explain individual likes and dislikes. Idiom number 2. You know, guys, yesterday I went to the party. My friend invited me and I had a really great time. I just really enjoyed the party. So when we speak about me, I really enjoyed the party. What idiom you can use here? Think for 10 seconds. So, what is it? Yes, we usually say, I had a blast. So, to have a blast means to enjoy yourself very much. To have a blast, and this is a very nice American idiom. The next idiom. You know, guys, there is a friend, there is a person at work that I don't like. He's a type of person that I don't like. I'm not really interested in his behaviors. So, what idiom you can use to describe this feeling? Can you remember? That's right. If you don't like that person, I should say, he's not my cup of tea. He's not my cup of tea. So cup of tea means a person or a type of person that you generally like. But if I say that he's not my cup of tea, means that he's a type of person that I don't like. He's not my cup of tea. The next idiom. My father, these days, he's very sad and depressed. He's in a bad mood. I don't know why. So, what idiom can you use to describe this feeling? Can you remember? Think for 10 seconds. So, what is the idiom? Yes, my father is down in the dumps. Down in the dumps. So if we say that he's down in the dumps, that it means that he's feeling actually really bad and depressed these days. The next idiom. When we guys speak about a situation that is not certain, not clear, and we don't know if that happens or not, what is the idiom we can use for a situation that is not clear? Think for 10 seconds. So, what is it? That's right, we say that it's up in the air. Up in the air means a situation that is not clear and not certain. The next idiom is about my friend. Actually, my friend here, we had a test, an exam last night, and he asked me to show him my paper, okay? But he spoke very quietly. Yes, he spoke very quietly. He told me very quietly. What idiom I can use to actually describe somebody who speaks very quietly? That's right, we say that he said it under his breath. If somebody speaks or says something under his or her breath, he speaks very quietly, like in a whispering way, right? So, under one's breath. Okay, my dear friends, I hope you have enjoyed it and I hope you have answered all of my questions. Please contact me for any problems and questions. Have a great time. Dear friends, how are you doing? I hope everything is going well for you. Welcome to lesson number 6 and stage number 1. As you know, in this lesson we're going to learn many useful, great, interesting, fun idioms and expressions, so I want you to focus and listen to me carefully. There are some pictures for every idiom we teach in this lesson, so you can make connection and understand them. So let's start with the first idiom. To cheer someone up. Cheer someone up. As you can see in this picture, these guys are trying to cheer him up. Cheer someone up means to make someone happy and jolly. So that's the meaning of to make someone happy, and feel jolly. For example, Susan called her friend in the hospital to cheer her up. So guys, here it means that she called her friend in the hospital to make her happy. My father has been depressed for weeks now. I don't know what to do to cheer him up. I don't know what to do to make him happy and jolly. So guys, if you think that your friend or one member of your family is sad or depressed, you should find a way to cheer him up. Maybe you can buy your mother some flowers. Then that's a good way to cheer her up, to make her happy if she is in a bad mood. You can tell somebody to cheer up if they are feeling sad. So we can sometimes use this as one phrase like cheer up, which means that feel better, okay? Become happy. If they are feeling sad, you can use this phrase. Cheer up, come on, feel happy, feel better. To give credit, to give credit. To give credit means to acknowledge somebody's contribution, to recognize a positive trait in somebody, to recognize and understand the positive quality, characteristic in somebody. Let me give you 2 examples. The scientist gave his assistant credit for the discovery, which means that the scientist acknowledged his assistant's contribution and he recognized the positive quality in him. I can't believe you ask your boss for a raise when your company is doing so poorly. I must give you credit for your courage. Yes, I must give you credit for your courage, which means I should acknowledge you for such courage and bravery. To give credit where credit is due. To give credit where credit is due, which means to give thanks or acknowledgement to the person who deserves it. For example, I will be sure to thank you when I give my speech. I always give credit where credit is due, which means I always thank people when they deserve it. I always thank people when they really need it and when they really deserve it. To go into business. To go into business, which means to start a business. This is really simple. Go into business. For example, Jeff decided to go into business selling baseball cards. So Jeff decided to start this business. Eva went into business selling her homemade muffins. So remember guys, after this phrase, the verb comes with ing. For example, I decided to go into business teaching English. I decided to go into business
running a restaurant. I decided to go into business designing websites. So the verb after this phrase comes with ing. What's the meaning of muffin? Muffin is a small, round, usually sweet bread baked in a pan. So she decided actually to go into business selling her homemade. Homemade muffins are the cookies made at home. We call them homemade. Good thinking. Good thinking. Good thinking means good idea or smart planning. For example, I'm glad you bought an umbrella. That was good thinking, which means that was a great and smart idea. You deserved our movie tickets. You reserved our movie tickets over the internet? Good thinking. That's a great idea. You want to master and learn all of these idioms in 2 months? Good thinking. That's a great idea. So, guys, good thinking means great idea or smart planning. To have a heart of gold. To have a heart of gold. I love this idiom. This is one of my favorite one. I use it all of the time with my friends and students. To have a heart of gold means to be very kind and giving or generous. So you can use it for those people who are very kind, very giving, very generous, very nice people. For example, Alexander has a heart of gold and always thinks of others before himself. Yes, he's very kind. You adopted 5 children from a Romanian orphanage. You've got a heart of gold. You are very kind. You are very generous. What's the meaning of adopted? Adopt means to take another person's child legally into your own family to raise as your own child. So that's the meaning of adopting a child. An orphanage is a home for children whose parents are dead or unable to care for them. We call them orphanage. And the actually children in that orphanage are called orphans, which means they are motherless, fatherless. They have no mother and no father. That's the meaning of to have a heart of gold. My mother has a heart of gold because she's very kind. She always cooks my favorite foods and she's very supportive. The next idiom is help yourself. We use help yourself when you are eating something. It means serve yourself, okay? It means that you are free to eat anything. Just be free. Just calm down, be free, and make yourself at home. Pay attention to the reflexive form. We usually say help yourself in singular and help yourselves in plural. For example, help yourselves to the cookies and coffee, said Maria before the meeting started, which means serve yourself. Just feel free to eat anything. So we usually say help yourself to something. You don't need to wait for me to offer you something. Please, just help yourself to whatever you want. Just serve yourself. Just feel free to eat anything and whatever you want. So guys, do not forget, we always say help yourself to something. Okay? To be in a bad mood, as you can see in this picture, to be in a bad mood means to be unhappy, depressed, and irritable. For example, after her boyfriend broke up with her, Nicole was in a bad mood for several days. She was depressed, she was unhappy, she was irritable, which means a person who easily becomes angry and sad. Irritable. I don't like to see you in a bad mood. How can I cheer you up? Yes, how can I make you happy? We learned this idiom to cheer somebody up means to make somebody happy. So I don't like to see you unhappy. How can I make you happy? Okay, so in a bad mood means a person who is depressed and unhappy. The opposite is in a good mood, which means that a person who is happy. For example, Ted just bought a new car. He's in a good mood, which means he's very happy. Just what the doctor ordered. That's what just the doctor ordered. This idiom means actually to be exactly what was needed. If you just want exactly what was needed or what you just wanted, you can say that is just what the doctor ordered. For example, Martin wanted a hot drink after spending the day skiing. A cup of hot chocolate was just what the doctor ordered, which means exactly what was needed. Example number 2, our trip to Florida was so relaxing. It was just what the doctor ordered. It was just exactly what was needed, what I wanted. For example, my mother is making a very delicious pizza today. So I go home and I tell my mother, oh my God, that's just what the doctor ordered, which means that's exactly what I wanted. So we can use this idiom when you just exactly want what you wanted. To make a bundle. To make a bundle means to make a lot of money. To make a bundle, yes. For example, Bob's friend Charles made a bundle in the stock market and retired at the age 45. So make a bundle means make a lot of money. Sarah made a bundle selling her old fur coats on eBay, a website where you can buy and sell used things. So guys, you can make a bundle selling your old stuff on eBay, right? You can make a lot of money. My brother just started a new business 3 weeks ago. He just started a new business online. He's designing a website for people and he's making a bundle, which means he's making a lot of money. So guys, retired here means to leave your job or stop working because of having reached a particular age or because of ill health, or to cause someone or something to stop being employed or used. That's the meaning of retired. Out of this world. Out of this world. If something is out of this world, it's very delicious, yummy, and tasty. You just want to eat it. Out of this world. This is a very nice, common American idiom. For example, Mrs. feeds oatmeal raisin cookies are out of this world, which means they are very delicious. I love your chicken soup. It's out of this world. It's really delicious. It's really yummy. My mother always makes delicious pizza. Her cooks are out of this world. To pig out. To pig out. As you can see in this picture, this child is pigging out. Pig out means to get greedily, to eat greedily, to stuff oneself. When you eat a lot of food just very fast and quickly and greedily, you can say that you are pigging out. For example, Ted pigged out on hot dogs and hamburgers at the barbecue and then got a stomachache. Yes, if you guys pig out, if you eat a lot of food quickly and greedily, maybe you will have and get a stomachache. Nicole stopped pigging out on cookies, or you will never be able to eat your dinner. Yes, if you pig out on cookies, I think you will never be able to eat your dinner. You don't have enough space, or enough room in your stomach for your dinner. So guys, do not pig out. You might add and gain weight, and that's dangerous. Hello everybody, how are you doing? Welcome to Expressions in Conversation. Actually, this story is about Sarah. Sarah stays home and bakes cookies. So here we have Brad and Sarah. So Sarah decides to cheer up her husband. Brad loves her homemade cookies. Nancy suggests she starts a cookie business. So guys, are you ready? Let's listen and understand these idioms in this conversation. So here Brad, the husband, and Sarah, the wife, there is a conversation between them. So Sarah says, Brat, I baked cookies for you. And then Brat says, That was so nice of you, dear. You've got a heart of gold. Yes, you've got a heart of gold. Sarah says, Go ahead and pig out. Then Brat says, These are delicious. Sarah says, I thought they might cheer you up. You've been in a bad mood lately. You've been in a bad mood lately. Then Brat says, I guess I have been a little on edge, but these cookies are just what the doctor ordered. Then Nancy here says, Do I smell cookies? Sarah says, Yes, Nancy. Help yourself. Nancy says, Yummy, yummy. These are out of this world. You could go into business selling these. Then Brat says, You could call them Susan's Scrumptious Cookies. You'd made a bundle. You'd made a bundle. Then Sarah says, Good thinking. Good thinking. Nancy here says, Don't forget to give me credit for the idea after you're rich and famous. And then Sarah says, You know I always give credit where credit is due. You know I always give credit where credit is due. Hello everybody, welcome to this part. Practice and check yourself. Like always, we're gonna check your understanding. So guys, I'm gonna show you a picture, a clear picture, and a clear definition of an idiom. So you should think, you have 10 seconds to think, and then you can answer my question. Are you ready? Let's get started. Okay, let's start with the first idiom. You know guys, my friend Jack, he's very kind and generous and giving. So, what idiom we can use for a person who is very kind and giving? That's right, we usually say, he has a heart of gold. He has a heart of gold, which means he's very kind and generous and giving. Idiom number 2. My brother, he's a little sad and depressed these days, so I'm trying to make him happy. But I don't know how to make him happy. What's an idiom for this? Yes, to make somebody happy. What idiom can we use here? Think for 10 seconds. That's right, we usually say, cheer him up. I must cheer him up, which means make him happy. The next idiom. You know guys, yesterday I was really hungry. And then my brother came in with with many pizzas. He had a box of pizza. So I said, that's exactly what was needed. Or that's exactly what I was looking for. So, what idiom we can use here to say that exactly what was needed? Can you tell me? Think for 10 seconds. So guys, what is the idiom? That's right, we usually say exactly what the doctor ordered. Exactly what the doctor ordered, which means exactly what was needed. You know guys, my mother makes delicious and yummy and tasty cakes. So, what is the idiom for something that is very delicious, something that is very tasty? So,
That's right, we say out of this world. Out of this world. Out of this world means something that is very delicious and yummy. You know, guys, my friend Max loves hot dogs. So yesterday, I bought some hot dogs and he started to eat greedily. You know, he started to stuff himself. So, what is the idiom for a person who eats greedily, quickly, a person who just wants to stuff himself? Can you remember? That's right, we usually say pig out. Yes, my friend Max, he pigged out on hot dogs. Yes, he pigged out on hot dogs, which means he ate greedily. You know, guys, I sometimes feel a little nervous before I give a speech in front of 100 or 1,000 persons. Yes, I feel a little bit nervous. What is the idiom for a person who feels nervous? Can you remember? We studied this idiom in this lesson. Think for 10 seconds and then answer. That's right, we say, I am on edge. Or sometimes we say, I feel on edge. That's right. I usually feel on edge before I give a speech in front of many people. Hello, my dear friends. Welcome to lesson number 7 of English Common Idioms. So in this lesson, we're going to teach you many great practical, useful idioms. I just want you to listen to me carefully. I just want you to master these idioms. Remember, repetition is the best way to remember these idioms for a long time. You can always make connections between pictures and the idioms. So, are you ready? Let's get started. The first idiom of lesson number 7 is bright and early. Bright and early. A very common American idiom used in everyday life. Bright and early, as you can see in this picture, means bright and early. So a person who wakes up early in the morning, we just say that you are bright and early. Or there is another synonym, at the crack of dawn. At the crack of dawn. So when we speak about those people who wake up early in the morning, they are very active in the morning, we can say that they are bright and early, which means that they are early in the morning and they have a lot of energy. So sometimes I'm not bright and early. I'm not a morning person, guys, but I should practice. Let me give you examples. Our flight to Berlin leaves at 7 a.m. tomorrow. So we'll have to get up bright and early, which means we have to get up early in the morning. We have lots of cookies to bake, so we'll have to start bright and early tomorrow, which means we have to wake up early in the morning with a lot of energy. So guys, take this suggestion from me. If you want to be successful in your life, you have to get up bright and early. You should be bright and early. That's really, really important. Next idiom is crash course. Crash course. You probably have not heard this one before, but it's a very common one. Crash course means a short and intensive instruction and teaching. When you give somebody a teaching, when you teach somebody about something which is very short and intensive, we call it crash course. Let's learn this idiom in different examples. Yesterday, Joan's son sat down with her for a couple of hours and gave her a crash course on using the internet. So we usually give somebody a crash course on something. For example, my friend Jack, he wanted to learn English, so I gave him a crash course on speaking English. Rachel had a date on Friday night with an auto mechanic.
He gave her a crash course on changing her oil. So here, date, as I told you before, means a romantic meeting or a romantic actually event. So Rachel had this romantic event or romantic meeting on Friday night with a mechanic. So that's the meaning of crash course, a short and intensive teaching and instruction. Do not forget it, try to understand it, and try to use it in your everyday life. Fat chance. Just try to focus and try to understand what that means. So chance that is fat. So what does it mean? So a chance that is fat, so we can say that maybe that chance is fat, it can't walk fast, so maybe that's not gonna happen. So a fat chance means definitely and certainly not. When we speak about something that is impossible and definitely not, we can say that's a fat chance. There's another synonym for fat chance, and that's never in a million years or no way. We can use these two synonyms instead of fat chance. Let's use this idiom in different examples. The boys at school are always laughing at Donna. Will she be invited to the school dance? Fat chance, which means no way, never, that's not gonna happen, definitely not. You want to borrow my new car and drive it across the country? Come on, fat chance, which means definitely not. That's not gonna happen, no way. So when we want to speak about something that will never happen, we can say fat chance. You want to learn English in 3 days? Fat chance, definitely not. You see, this is a very common idiom. It's one of my favorites. I think it's one of your favorites too. Try to understand it and try to use it in your English, guys. To give a shot. To give a shot. To give a shot means to try something. It's a very nice slang, very common, and native English and American people use it a lot. To give a shot. We can also say to give it one's best shot. To give it one's best shot, which means to try as hard as one can. For example, I know you are nervous about the interview. Just give it your best shot. Just try it. Just do your best. Just give it your best shot. So let's use this idiom in 2 different examples. I've never tried to make wine in my bathtub before, but perhaps I'll give it a shot, which means perhaps or probably I will try it. You can't open that jar? Let me give it a shot, which means let me try it. So to give it a shot means to try it, or to give something a shot means to try something. Happy camper. Happy camper. This is a very nice phrase we can use for those people who are happy. So happy camper is a slang which means a happy person, a satisfied participant. Happy camper. This expression is usually used in the negative way. For example, we usually say not a happy camper. She's not a happy camper, which means she's not a actually satisfied person. When Linda's passport was stolen in Florence, she was not a happy camper. She was not a happy person. Steve is taking 5 difficult courses this semester. He's not a happy camper. He's not completely satisfied, I think, with this course, with this university maybe. So guys, are you a happy camper? Are you satisfied with my English course, Common Idiom American course? I wish so. I wish you are a happy camper. The next idiom is to have mixed feelings. To have mixed feelings. Just try to focus, try to understand this idiom. To have mixed feeling means to feel positive about one aspect of something and negative about another. Sometimes you are confused, you don't know what to do, you have mixed feelings. Sometimes your mind says yes, sometimes your mind says no. And this is a very negative and bad feeling. I have experienced this feeling many times. So let's use this idiom in two different examples. When our house guests decided to stay for another week, I had mixed feelings. On the one hand, I enjoyed hanging out with them. On the other hand, I was tired of cooking for them. So, as you can see, this phrase, all verb is underlined. Hanging out here means going out with one person, spending time with one person with no purpose. And we have studied this idiom before. I have mixed feelings about the president of our company. He's good with the clients, but he's nasty to his employees. So here means that sometimes I feel good, sometimes I feel bad about this guy. Here nasty means impolite, mean, a person who doesn't behave very well, so he's nasty. So guys, if you have mixed feelings, you'd better maybe take an advice from an experienced person. Needless to say. Needless to say means obviously. This is a very nice common phrase. Needless to say. It's both used in written and in oral English. There is another synonym for this phrase, and that is to goes without saying. To goes without saying means obviously. For example, you've got a test tomorrow, so it goes without saying that you can't stay out late tonight, which means it's obvious that you can't stay out tonight because you have a test tomorrow. Needless to say, let's use this idiom in two different examples. You've got a test tomorrow morning. Needless to say, you can't stay out late tonight. Needless to say, you shouldn't have waited until Christmas Eve to do your shopping. The stores are going to be very crowded. Very crowded here means very busy. Many people are going to be there. So, needless to say, very nice phrase, means obviously. I can say, needless to say, English is a very important and an international language, and everybody needs to study and understand a little English. The next common useful idiom is not have a clue. Not have a clue. Clue means a piece of information here. So not have a clue means to know nothing about. If you don't have a clue about something, you don't know anything about it. For example, Bob talks about working at McDonald's, but the truth is he doesn't have a clue about making hamburgers, which means he doesn't know, he has no information. He knows nothing about making a hamburger. Do you know how to fix a broken printer? No, I don't have a clue, which means I don't have any information. I don't know anything about it. I know nothing about it. So, when you don't have a clue, you know nothing about something. To not sleep a wink. To not sleep a wink means to be awake all night. Sometimes you cannot sleep at night, you are awake all of the time. So you can say that I didn't sleep a wink, which means I couldn't even sleep for a short time. As you can see in this picture, this woman, she has a problem, she's thinking about something and she can't sleep a wink. Ted was so nervous about his chemistry test that he didn't sleep a wink the night before, which means he couldn't even sleep for a short time. He was awake all night. It's not surprising that Jill didn't sleep a wink last night. She drank a large cup of coffee before going to bed. Yes, she couldn't sleep all night. She didn't sleep a wink. And the reason, as you can see, is because she just drank a big cup of coffee. Guys, don't drink coffee at night because you can't sleep a wink, and that's a big problem, and you might have a headache in the morning. Next common idiom is to work like a dog. To work like a dog, I guess you can understand the meaning. To work like a dog means to work very hard, to work diligently. For example, Larry became an investment banker after college, and now he works like a dog, which means he works very hard. Al worked like a dog on his term paper and got an A plus on it. So if you want to learn English in maybe less than 8 months, I think you have to maybe practice 8 hours a day. That's right, you have to work like a dog. You have to work very hard. Hello, my dear friends. Welcome to Expressions in Conversations. Here, Sarah hires Brad to run her business. So Sarah stays up all night thinking about her cookie business. In the morning, she discusses it with Brad. Brad agrees to work for her. So guys, are you ready to listen to this conversation? Try to understand the idioms and expressions we learned in this conversation. So Brad says, "You're up bright and early this morning, Sarah." Sarah says, "I didn't sleep a wink. I was awake all night thinking about the new business." Then Brad says, "Running your own business is lots of work. Are you prepared to work like a dog?" Then Sarah says, "No, but I'm prepared to hire you to run the business." Then Brad says, "You want me to run a cookie business? Fat chance." Sarah says, "Why not?" Then Brad says, "I don't have a clue about making cookies. I don't even know how to turn the oven on." Then Sarah says, "I'll give you a crash course." Brad says, "Do I have to do the baking?" Sarah says, "No, you will just manage the business side." Then Brad says, "Needless to say, I have mixed feelings about working for you." Sarah says, "I'll be nice. I promise you'll be a happy camper." Okay, let's give it a shot, boss. Hello everybody, how are you doing? Welcome to this part. Practice and check yourself. Like always, in this part, I'm gonna check your understanding. So you have the picture and clear explanation, and you must think for 10 seconds, and then after that, you must answer my question. Are you ready? Let's do it. Okay, let's start with the first idiom. Guys, yesterday I was awake all night. I didn't sleep. I was awake all night because I had a very difficult project to do. So what is the idiom for not sleeping and to be awake all night? Can you remember it? Think for 10 seconds. That's right, we usually say, "I didn't sleep a wink." I didn't sleep a wink, which means I was awake all night. I didn't sleep a wink. Idiom number 2. You know, my dear friends, actually my father works very hard these days because he needs to make a lot of money. What is the idiom to work very hard? Yes. Can you remember it? Think for 10 seconds. So what is it? Yes, we usually say to work like a dog. To work like a dog means to work very, very hard. Idiom number 3. You know, my brother asked me to fix the computer, but I don't have any information about fixing computers. So what is the idiom for this? Not to have any information about something.
Can you remember it? That's right. I usually say, I don't have a clue about fixing computers. So, I don't have a clue about something means I have no information about it. The next idiom is about an instruction. When I speak about a short, an intensive teaching, instruction, or a course, what idiom I can use here? Yes, intensive and actually short instruction. Can you remember it? That's right. We usually say crash course. Crash course, which means a short and intensive teaching and instruction. My brother has to get up early in the morning. So, what is the idiom to get up early in the morning? That's very easy. Just think. We studied this idiom in this lesson. Can you remember it? That's right. We usually say bright and early. Bright and early, which means to wake up early in the morning. So bright and early means early in the morning. My dear friends, how is everything? I hope things are going well for you. Welcome to lesson number 8 of Common American Idioms. Like always, we're going to teach you many great useful idioms. I want you to master all of these idioms and use them in your everyday life. But do not forget to take all of the stages. There is a stage called actually quiz at the end. In this quiz, there are lots of questions, so you can check yourself and see if you can still remember and understand these idioms. So let's start with the first stage, lesson number 8. Let's start with the first idiom of lesson number 8. And that is to beat around the bush. Beat around the bush. As you can see, this monkey in this picture beating around the bush. So this is called beating. Beat around the bush means to talk around the subject, to avoid getting to the point. So when you beat around the bush, guys, you don't just pay attention to the main point. You speak about something else, and sometimes you are just wasting time. For example, Kara beat around the bush for an hour, then finally told us she needed a ride to Kennedy Airport. Here, a ride means a journey made on horseback, on a bicycle, motorcycle, or on a vehicle. So this is called a ride. So here, Kara, she was beating around the bush. She was talking around the subject. She was not talking about the subject. Maybe she was shy or she couldn't actually express herself, maybe. If you want something, tell me. Don't beat around the bush. Yes. If you want something, just tell me. Don't avoid getting to the point. Don't speak about something else. Don't beat around the bush. Yes, guys, if you want money from your father, just tell him directly. Don't beat around the bush, okay? Maybe he will accept or he will reject you. Idiom number 2 is dime a dozen. Dime a dozen. Dime a dozen means so plentiful as to be nothing special. So when we speak about something that is very common, you can find it everywhere, and it's not something very special, okay? It's a dime a dozen. This expression comes from the fact that dime is worth only 10 cents, very little value. So that's why we say dime a dozen. Let me give you some examples. Reality TV shows are a dime a dozen these days, which means they are very common these days, and you can just, watch them on different channels. There are so many Starbucks coffee shops in Manhattan. They are a dime a dozen, which means they are very common.
It's not something very special. You can find them everywhere. The number of these places actually is abundant. So that's the meaning of this idiom, dime a dozen. Good for you! You probably have heard this phrase and idiom before. Good for you. Good for you means good job and well done. So this is a good way to encourage people when they have done something well. You can tell them, good job, well done, good for you. Imagine somebody has come to your house to paint the wall of your room. And then after just 2 hours, you just come to your room and you see everything is perfect. Your room is painted perfectly, so you can tell him, good job, well done. You won $100,000 on the TV game show Jeopardy? Good for you. Good job, well done. Which means I'm very happy for you. You passed your math test? Good for you. Which means well done. Good job. I'm very happy for you. And so if you have mastered all of these idioms, so I can tell you, good job, well done. So that's the meaning of this idiom. Try to understand it, try to use it in your everyday life. Hard times. Hard times means a time of difficulty. So when you have difficult times in your life, you can say that you are having hard times. For example, since his wife left him for her dentist, Dan has been going through hard times, which means he's having actually many difficulties. Nancy's family is going through hard times. Her father just lost his job. So she's going through hard time means she's having difficult moments, difficult events in her life. So guys, sometimes I guess life is not always easy. Sometimes you have to go through hard times. Sometimes you have to face and experience these difficult moments in your life. To be in a good spirit. If you are in a good spirit, you are happy, you are in a good mood. For example, after she won the tennis tournament, Elizabeth was in a good mood. Tournament, as I said before, is a series of contests between a number of competitors who compete for an overall prize. Sam was in a good spirits after receiving his Christmas bonus. So he was in a really good mood. He was really happy. Bonus here means an amount of money added to wages on a seasonal basis, especially as a reward for good performance and hard work. So if you work very hard in your company, your maybe boss will give you some bonus, some extra money and reward. So sometimes we are in a good spirit, sometimes we are in a bad spirit. Or we can say usually in a low spirit, which means in a bad mood. So guys, if you are not in a good spirit, I suggest you to go and watch a sitcom or a movie that is funny so you can change your mood. The next common idiom is made of money. If someone is made of money, we can say that he is very rich, he has a lot of money, he is very wealthy. He owns a lot of maybe properties. So there are other synonyms for this idiom, and that's loaded, rolling in dough, to have money to burn. So we can say, for example, this guy is loaded, or my father is rolling in dough, or my brother actually has money to burn, which means that he's very rich. He has a lot of money. He doesn't know what to do with all of this money. I wish I was made of money, or I wish my father was made of money, but unfortunately he is not, and I have to work like a dog these days to make some money. My neighbor is remodeling his house to look like Versailles. He doesn't have good taste, but he certainly is made of money. So here my neighbor is remodeling, which means rebuilding, to building again his house, but he doesn't have a taste. He doesn't have actually any information about decorations and modeling. He certainly and definitely is made of money, which means he's absolutely rich and has a lot of money. Max should be willing to loan you $10,000 to start your new business. He's made of money. Yes, he's very rich. You can maybe ask for money. So loan here means to give someone money or anything for a short time, or we can say lend a sum of money or item of property. So guys, are you made of money? Do you have a lot of money? If yes, good for you. You can have a comfortable, easy life, and you can buy your favorite car. Make a splash. Make a splash. Make a splash means to win popularity quickly. If you win popularity quickly, if you just become very popular among people in a very short time, we can say that you have made a splash. There's another synonym for this idiom, and that is to be a hit. For example, this song was a hit, which means it became popular very fast. Let's use this idiom in two different examples. Nicole's beautiful cousin, Cecilia, from Santo Domingo, really made a splash at the high school dance, which means she really became popular and everybody started to love her. Those new jeans really made a splash. All the kids are wearing them, which means that all of those jeans became popular among kids. So yes, I think something should be very made of high quality if it wants to become popular and make a splash in a short time. A new song from Eminem, I can't remember it, but it was a hit. It made a splash. Everybody actually started to listen to it. Everybody started to love it. The next common idiom is to pay someone back. I think it's very clear and you can understand this. To pay someone back means to repay a loan or debt. When you just ask for money, you have to pay it back, right? You have to repay the loan or debt. Payback also means to get revenge. This is the second meaning of payback. For example, I know you are the one who stole my car, and one day I'll think of a way to pay you back, which means to take a revenge or to get a revenge. So let's use this idiom pay someone back in two different examples. Nicole paid her friend back the $10 she borrowed. You can borrow $50, but don't forget to pay me back. So you should give me back the money. Borrow here, as you know, means to take money from somebody for a short time, then you have to return it later. So that's the idiom of this part, pay someone back. Next common idiom is pipe dream. Pipe dream. Pipe dream means unrealistic hope. Unrealistic hope or a wish that is not realistic and may not come true. So, for example, Susan would like to move to New Zealand and write romance novels, but she knows that's just a pipe dream. She knows that's not real. That's unrealistic hope. That wish will never come true, maybe. You want to become a famous actor on Broadway? That sounds like a pipe dream. That sounds like a maybe irrational point, something that is not realistic, unrealistic hope. So that's the meaning of this idiom, pipe dream. You want to learn English in 3 weeks? That's a pipe dream, which means it's impossible. It's not gonna happen. To shell out. To shell out means to pay, often more than one would like. When you pay more than actually you'd like, you can say that you shell out. Sometimes you have to pay more money than you'd like, but you are forced. For example, Bob shelled out $5,000 for Nicole's piano lessons before she decided she'd rather play the flute. That's really bad, which means he paid a lot of money, more money than he wanted. How much am I going to have to shell out to get 2 tickets to the Rolling Stones concert? So it means how much money I have to pay which is often more than one would like. For example, I have to shell out maybe $5,000 if I want to buy this laptop. I need it for my job and I have to pay it. The next common idiom is to take something by storm. To take something by storm means to win popularity quickly. To take something by storm. For example, the play The Producers really took the New York by storm, which means it really became popular in New York. That new restaurant really took Chicago by storm, which means it became really, really popular and famous in Chicago, and everybody in Chicago started to go to that restaurant. So that's the meaning of this idiom. That's or those are the breaks. Those are the breaks. Those are the breaks means when something bad happens and you can't do anything about it. So sometimes bad things happen in your life and you cannot control it, okay? And you have to accept it. So in these situations you can say that's or those are the breaks. For example, by the time we got to the theater, the new Harry Potter movie was already sold out. So oh, well, that's the breaks, which means that's it, and we cannot do anything about it. Sold out here means having all available tickets or accommodations sold completely, and there is nothing left. Your glasses fell on the rock and broke while you were fishing? Those are the breaks, yeah. So which means something bad, that's really bad, and we cannot do anything about it, and we have to accept it and just move on. Wise guy. I love this idiom. Wise guy is a slang. We use it for a smart, stupid person, one who makes a lot of sarcastic comments. Maybe you have a person among your friends, he thinks he's funny, but in reality he's not. And he's just trying to make some funny comments and jokes, and you can tell him he's a wise guy, or sometimes we can say a wise ass, which is a little rude, or smart ass. For example, when Mrs. Lee asked Joey what he wanted to be when he grew up, he said an adult. She told him not to be such a wise ass. That clerk in the video store is a real wise ass. He's always making nasty comments about the customers. Yeah, wise asses and wise guys are not really popular among people because they are making some nasty, some not funny jokes. Okay, that's it. Hello, my dear friends. Welcome to Expressions in Conversation. Here, there's a conversation between mother and the son. There's a conversation between Sarah and Tim. So Tim forms a rock band. Tim plans to become a successful musician. First, he needs Sarah to loan him money for a new guitar, and Sarah suggests that Tim bake cookies to earn the money. So guys, let's understand and let's use all of these idioms and expressions we learned in this conversation. So are you ready? Let's get started. Here, mother starts the conversation and says, "You are in good spirits today, Tim." Tim says, "I've got great news, Mom." Sarah says, "What is it?" Then Tim says, "Amber and I are going to start a rock band." Then the mother says, "Good for you." Tim says, "Mom, I'm not going to beat around the bush. I need to borrow $1,000 for a new guitar." Then Sarah says, "Tim, your father and I can't shell out that much. We aren't made of money." Then Tim says, "You're not? I thought you were millionaires like Donald and Ivana Trump." Ha ha ha. Then Sarah says, "Ha ha ha. This is no time to be a wise guy." Tim says, "I promise I'll pay you back." "How?" we're going to take the music world by storm and make lots of money. Then Sarah says, that sounds like a pipe dream. Aren't high school rock bands a dime a dozen? Then Tim says, yeah, but we are different. With my guitar playing and Amber's beautiful voice, we are sure to make a splash. Well, we are going through hard times, Sarah says. You're going to have to work for that $1,000. How? You can bake cookies. And then Tim says, I bet Mrs. Clapton never made Eric bake cookies, but I guess those are the breaks. I guess those are the breaks, Ted said. Hello, my dear friends. How are you doing? Welcome to this part. Practice and check yourself. And in this part, like always, so you have 10 seconds to actually think about my explanation. And you have the time to look at this picture I give you. Then you can guess the right answer. Are you ready? Let's do it. Idiom number 1. You know, my guys, my father bought a new car, but he paid more than he liked. So he didn't want to pay that money, but he had to. So what is the idiom for this? To pay more money than one would like. Think for 10 seconds and answer me. That's right, we usually say, my father shelled out. To shell out means to pay more money than one would like. Idiom number 2. My friend wants to buy a big house in a very good neighborhood, but I told him that's an unrealistic hope because he doesn't have any money. So what is the idiom for unrealistic hope? Can you remember? Think for 10 seconds. That's right, we usually say a pipe dream. Pipe dream is an unrealistic hope. The next idiom. Guys, what is the idiom for a person who is very rich? A person who has a lot of money. Can you remember? So what is it? Can you guess? That's right, we say he's made of money. Made of money means a person who is very rich, a person who has a lot of money. You know, guys, these days my mother is very happy and she is actually in a good mood because she got accepted in a very good university. So what is the idiom for a person who is very happy and satisfied? Can you remember? Think for 10 seconds. So what is it? That's right, we say my mother is in good spirits. A person who is in good spirits is very happy and satisfied. The other days I asked my friend a question, but he didn't answer it. He started to actually, talk around the topic. He started to avoid getting to the point. So what is the idiom for this? Avoid getting to the right point. Can you remember? Think for 10 seconds. That's right, we usually say to beat around the bush. Beat around the bush means to avoid getting to the point. And my dear friends, what is the idiom? When something bad happens, yes, something terrible happens and you cannot do anything about it.
What can you say here? What idiom you can use here? That's great. Yes, we usually say that's the break or those are the breaks. That's the break means, that's a terrible thing happened and we cannot change it. We cannot do anything about it. You know, guys, there is a new restaurant actually near my house. They opened a new restaurant and everybody loves it. You know, they started to win the popularity very quickly. So what idiom we can use here to win the popularity very quickly? That's right, we say to take something by storm. So the new restaurant took the people, the neighborhood by storm, which means everybody started to go there and everybody started to eat there. Everybody, how are you doing? This is Mr. Rabi, your English teacher, and I hope you have enjoyed this course. So far, we have mastered and learned many great common American idioms. Do not forget to use them. Do not forget to review them if you still can't understand them. So, welcome to lesson number 9. So, are you guys ready to learn many nice practical idioms and expressions? If yes, let's get started. We're going to start with the first idiom, and that is brown noser. Brown noser. This is a very common American slang and used too much. Brown noser. As you can see in this picture, this guy in blue t-shirt, blue shirt is brown noser. Brown noser is a person who is constantly trying to win favor with people above them, such as teachers or bosses. Okay, so brown noser is a person who always tries to be good with teachers in order to actually get maybe better score, better grades. We call him or her brown noser. And that's a negative, actually, phrase. For example, Lauren is such a brown noser. She's always telling her teacher how much she enjoys class. So she's always trying to be good with teachers because she wants to maybe get, some good grades in the class. Dennis brought the bus lunch today. Dennis brought the bus lunch today? What a brown noser. So there are actually some other words we can use. You will also see the verb form of this expression, to brown nose. So it's a verb, brown nose. For example, Dennis is always brown nosing the boss, but I still don't think he's going to get a promotion. As you can see in this example, he's always trying to be good with the boss. Actually, he's trying to fake it. It's not real in order to get a promotion, to get a rise in his job. So guys, do not be a brown noser. These people are not actually popular, and I don't like them. The next one is by far. By far. By far means by a wide margin or by a great difference. By a great difference. For example, some people think Tom Hanks is by far, by a great difference, the best actor in America today. Mediterranean Grill is by far the best restaurant in town. No wonder it's so hard to get a reservation there. So here it means that this restaurant is by a great difference the best restaurant in town. So it means that there is no restaurant like that, and it's the best and the greatest restaurant in that place. There are some other synonyms for this phrase. We can say by a long shot, or far and away, or hands down. Full of oneself. Full of oneself.
As you can see in this picture, this guy is full of himself, which means he thinks he's too much of himself. A person who is a little bit proud, selfish, a person who thinks that's very important. So in these situations, you can say that he is full of himself. For example, after Angela appeared on the cover of Vogue magazine, she was really full of herself. She was really selfish and proud, and she thinks she is too much of herself. She's a really important person, maybe. Mitch thinks he's really great. He's so full of himself, which means he thinks he's so much important. So I don't like to spend my time with people who think actually they are full of themselves. Those people who think that they are really important. Those people who think that they are better than others. I think these people are selfish and we should stop spending time with them. To get down to business. To get down to business. As you can see, this guy is telling us to get down to business. To get down to business means to get serious about a task. To become very serious about a task or a job and stop joking maybe. For example, the book club members spent the first 2 hours of their meeting eating and drinking before finally getting down to business. Our dinner guests are arriving in 2 hours. We'd better get down to business and start preparing, which means we'd better become serious about the task, about this job, about this work. We should stop actually wasting time maybe. Yes, guys, you'd better get down to business and start learning these idioms. Stop just spending your time on unimportant things. To get or to have under one's belt. If you get or have something under your belt, it means to have or get experience. For example, Kristen had 3 years of working for a large law firm under her belt. So it means that she had 3 years of working and this experience under her belt before leaving to start her own firm. Firm here means a small company. Ernie needs to get an MBA under his belt to get the job he wants. So guys, here means that he needs to get this experience before actually get his job, his favorite job. So to get something or to have something under your belt means that you have that experience. For example, I have 15 years of teaching under my belt, which means I have an experience of teaching English for 15 years. That's what it means. And this is a very common idiom. To give someone a run for one's money. To give someone a run for one's money. If you give someone a run for their money, it means that to be a strong competition. To be as good at something as someone who is extremely good at. For example, we lost the soccer tournament, but we certainly gave the girls from Stanford High School a run for their money. Tina is a good tennis player and always gives me a run for my money, which means that she's always a strong competition for me. Common and practical useful idiom is to give someone the cold shoulder. Guys, if you give someone the cold shoulder, actually you are cold to someone on purpose, to snub someone. Sometimes on purpose you don't pay attention to someone. Intentionally you don't like to pay attention to someone, to focus. So in these situations we can say that you give that person the cold shoulders. When Lisa saw Amber at the mall, she didn't even stop to talk to her. She really gave her the cold shoulder, which means she really ignored her. She just didn't pay attention to her, and that was intentionally. I can't understand why Joe would give you the cold shoulder. I thought you two were good friends. Yes, I can understand why Joe is ignoring you. I thought you two were good friends. So guys, you know, one of my friends, he just said something bad to me, and the next day I didn't talk to him. When I saw him, I just gave him the cold shoulder. I just ignored him. I know that's impolite behavior, but I don't like to talk to him. He always, treats me badly. So I think you should give people the cold shoulder if they disrespect you sometimes. The synonym for to give someone the cold shoulder, we can say to blow someone off. To blow someone off. For example, Amber can't understand why Lisa blew her off at the mall, which means gave her the cold shoulder or ignored her. That's another nice phrasal verb, to blow someone off, which means to give someone the cold shoulder, to ignore someone. To not give someone the time of the day. To not give someone the time of the day here means to ignore someone. This is another synonym actually for the idiom to give someone the cold shoulder. So if you don't give someone the time of the day, you ignore them, you refuse to pay attention to them. For example, Sandra never gave me the time of the day back in the college, but now she calls me all the time for advice. So here means she didn't actually, she always ignored me back in the college, but now she's calling me. Why don't you find a new stockbroker? Yours is always so busy. She barely gives you the time of the day. She hardly pays attention to you. So stockbroker here, guys, means a person or company that buys and sells investments for other people. We call them stockbroker. The next common idiom is goody goody. I love the pronunciation of this one. Goody goody. Goody goody means self-righteously or smugly good. Someone who is too ready to behave in a way intended to please people in authority. So we call them goody goody. So these people are hated and not very popular actually. Goody goodies usually sit in the front row and smile at the teacher during the class. Yes. So they are not actually real good with people. They are trying to fake that they are great and good with people, and they are trying to satisfy these people. Samantha is a real goody goody. She always offers to erase the blackboard at the end of the class. There are actually two synonyms for a goody goody. We can say goody two shoes or teacher's pet. Teacher's pet, as you know, is a person in the class who's always trying to be good and behave well with the teacher in order to get something, in order to get better grades. Goody goody. It's a deal. It's a deal means I agree to be proposal or offer. So when there is a proposal or offer and you say that you agree, you can say it's a deal. For example, you'll make dinner every night for a month if I help you with your homework? Okay, it's a deal, which means I agree. This is an informal way to say I agree. If you rake up all the leaves in front of the house, I'll do the dishes. It's a deal. And the other person says it's a deal, which means I agree. Rake here, guys, this is a rake. The rake is a tool we use to collect the leaves from the ground. So rake here means to use a rake to make earth level or to collect leaves. The next common idiom is to kid around. Kid around means to joke around or to tease. So, for example, Jeremy loves to kid around, which means she's always joking, she's not serious. Jeremy loves to kid around, so don't be offended by anything he says. Offended means actually when your feelings are hurt, you are offended. While they were kidding around, Tim accidentally poked Rob in the eyes. he had to be rushed to the emergency room of the hospital. So when you poke your finger, it means you put your finger into somebody's eyes. So he had to be rushed. Rush means hurry to the emergency room of the hospital. You will often hear this in the negative way, not kidding around. Stop kidding around, which means to take something very seriously. For example, the White House is not kidding around with airport security, which means they are very serious and they take everything very seriously. Stop kidding around and speak English in the class. Yes. Some of my students in my class, they speak other languages and they think that they are joking with me. Sometimes I tell them, stop kidding around and get serious and listen to me. You are here to learn English. To talk into. To talk into means to persuade, to convince somebody to do something. Talk somebody into something. For example, Chris didn't want to jump out of the plane, but Aaron talked him into it, which means persuaded him. So we always talk somebody into doing something. Or for example, stop trying to talk me into going to the dance club on Saturday night. I already decided that I'm going to Maria's party instead. So to talk somebody into doing something means to persuade, to convince somebody to do something. I can't, guys, to be honest with you, I can't talk my father into giving me his new car. He's very sensitive on that. You scratch my back, I'll scratch yours. This is one of my favorite idioms, and I use it a lot. Which means if you do me a favor, if you help me, I'll do you a favor and I'll help you. It's something mutual, so let's cooperate. So this idiom means if you help me, I help you too. If you do me a favor, I will do a favor too. Scratch, as you can see, these guys are scratching their backs. I'll help you with your homework if you do the dishes. You scratch my back and I'll scratch yours, which means you help me and I will help you too. If I drive you into the city, will you pick up my dry cleaning? You scratch my back and I'll scratch yours. You help me and I will help you. That's a very nice idiom, and that's the last idiom of lesson number 9. Do not forget to take the following 2 stages to master all of these idioms. Good luck! Hello everybody, how are you doing? Welcome to Expressions and Idioms in Conversations. Here there is a conversation between Tim and Nancy. Nancy for president. So Nancy discusses her plans to run for student body president. Nancy wants Tim, her brother, to ask his friends to vote for her. Tim agrees in exchange for Nancy's help with his homework. So there's a conversation here between Nancy and Tim, and they will be speaking about Nancy becoming the president. So are you ready? So guys, let's get started. Here Nancy says, I've decided to run for the student body president. If I'm going to become a senator one day, I should get some experience under my belt. I should get some experience under my belt. And here Tim the brother says, Andrea Jensen is also running. She'll give you a run for your money. She'll give you a run for your money. And here Nancy says, Andrea Jenkins is an idiot. I'm by far the better candidate. Tim says, don't be so full of yourself. I might vote for Andrea. And then Nancy says, stop kidding around. Let's get down to business. I need your help. Tim says, you want me to help you? Yes, I need you to talk your friends into voting for me. And then Tim says, but you never give my friends the time of the day. All you give them is the cold shoulder. Then Nancy says, That's because they've got blue hair and nose rings. And then Tim says, they're better than your friends, a bunch of goody-goodies and brown-nosers. And then Nancy answers, that's beside the point. Let's talk about your friends and their votes. Tim says, okay, you scratch my back and I'll scratch yours. If you do my chemistry homework, I'll help you get the votes. Then Nancy says, I'm not crazy about that idea, but okay, it's a deal. I hope I can count on you. Hello, my dear friends, how are you doing? Welcome to this part, practice and check yourself. So guys, you have 10 seconds to think and answer my question. So, are you ready? Let's get started. Idiom number 1. My brother asked me to help him, but I told him that if you help me, I help you too. Like, if you do me a favor, I will do you a favor too. So what is the idiom for this? Think for 10 seconds. So what is it? That's right, we usually say, you scratch my back and I will scratch yours. You scratch my back and I will scratch yours, which means you do me a favor, you help me, and I will do you a favor too. Idiom number 2. You know guys, I can never actually persuade my father to buy me a new car. I can't persuade him. So what is the idiom to persuade somebody to do something for you? Can you remember it? Yes. So what is your answer? That's right. We say, I can't talk my father into buying me a car. So to talk somebody into doing something, which means to persuade or convince him to do something for you. The next idiom. I know these days my mother, she ignores me and she doesn't pay attention to me like before. I don't know what happened. Okay? So what is the idiom here? To ignore somebody or not to pay attention to somebody. Can you remember it? That's right, we usually say my mother doesn't give me the time of the day. So not to give somebody the time of the day means to ignore somebody or not to pay attention to somebody. That's right. The next idiom is about being serious. If you want to tell a person to be serious and to be serious about doing something like a task, what idiom we can use here? That's right, we usually tell people, get down to business. Get down to business means to be serious about doing a task. Actually, my friend Jack, he's a business person and he thinks he's a very great person. He's a little selfish. So, what is the idiom for a person who thinks that he's great and a little selfish? Can you remember it? That's right, we usually say he is so full of himself. To be full of oneself means to be actually selfish or a person who thinks that he is greater than others. Full of oneself. If you want to fix your computer, you can depend on my brother. So what is the idiom for this? Yes, to depend on somebody to do something for you. Can you remember this idiom?
That's right. We can say we can count on him. We can count on him, which means we can rely or depend on him.
Dear friends, how are you doing? I hope everything is going well for you. Welcome to lesson number 10. Are you ready to study a new lesson? We're going to teach you many great idioms. Like always in this lesson, I want you to listen to me. I want you to make connections between pictures and idioms, and do not forget to cover the whole stages. This is stage number 1. So are you ready? Let's get started. The first idiom is ballpark figure. Ballpark figure. Very nice, a very common idiom. Ballpark figure means actually an approximate number. When you are trying to guess the number of something, you can use this actually phrase, ballpark figure, an approximate and almost number. For example, the auto mechanic didn't know exactly how much the repairs would cost, but he was able to give me a ballpark figure, which means an approximate number, a number that is not exact, but it's almost. The plumber estimated that it would cost $150 to fix our sink, but that was just a ballpark figure, which means an approximate and almost number, a number that is close, but that's not very exact. Estimate here means guess. So the plumber is a person who fixes actually sink, pipes. He guessed that it would cost $150 to fix our sink. So this is the first idiom, the first expression, ballpark figure. Idiom number 2 is don't mention it. Don't mention it, we can use this phrase instead of saying you're welcome. So don't always say you're welcome, you're welcome, you're welcome. Sometimes you can change it and say don't mention it, which means you're welcome. For example, thanks for bringing the cookies, I said to Susan. Don't mention it, she replied, which means you're welcome. Thanks for picking up my suit at the dry cleaners. Don't mention it. It was my pleasure. It was my honor. So instead of saying you're welcome, sometimes you can use this expression, this idiom, and that's don't mention it. To figure out. To figure out. This is a very common, very useful phrasal verb used in different written and oral English. Figure out means to solve, to determine, or to understand. So we can use actually figure out to say that you can solve, you can determine, and you can understand something. For example, Ted couldn't figure out one of his math problems, which means he couldn't solve one of his math problems. So he asked his sister for help. Susan is sure she'll never figure out why kids today behave the way they do, which means Susan is sure she can't and she will not understand why kids today behave the way they do. So instead of saying understand, determining, or solving, you can use this phrasal verb to figure out something, which means to understand something. For example, I myself personally, I can't figure out how kids grow up, okay? Or I can't figure out how maybe we can say pizza is made. From scratch. From scratch. This is my favorite idiom in this lesson. From scratch means from the beginning, using all of the fresh ingredients rather than using a prepared mix. When you want to say that, you want to do something from the beginning, so you can say that you do it from scratch. For example, the house was in such bad shape, they decided to tear it down and rebuild it from scratch, which means from the beginning. Tear something down means to destroy it completely. You baked these muffins from scratch? Oh, yeah, they are delicious. So you bake these muffins from scratch, which means that you are using all the fresh ingredients rather than using a prepared mix from the beginning. So guys, if you think you have many mistakes in your English, I think you'd better start learning English from scratch, from the beginning. Try to understand everything, every grammatical point from the beginning, so you can understand everything. To go nuts. To go nuts means actually to react with great enthusiasm. When you are very excited and very enthusiastic and passionate, sometimes you go nuts. Sometimes you overreact, right? For example, when Tiger Woods got a hole in one during the golf tournament, the crowd went nuts, which means they just became very excited and sometimes they just went crazy. When Eminem appeared on stage, everybody went nuts. Everybody just was really excited. Everybody was really crazy. Everybody was really passionate. Actually, when I see somebody, a famous person for the first time, personally, sometimes I go nuts. Sometimes I go nuts and I become very enthusiastic. This expression also means to go crazy or to become crazy with anger. For example, Jim went nuts when his wife told him she was leaving him for another man. So actually he became crazy and angry. So this is the second meaning of this idiom and this expression, to go nuts. To jump the gun. This is another actually favorite idiom, very common one. I have heard this idiom many times in different movies. To jump the gun means to start doing something too soon or ahead of everybody else, and probably that's a negative actually point. When you start doing something very early, sometimes you will face some problems. For example, Nicole really jumped the gun by writing her acceptance speech before the result of election were announced. Yes, he jumped the gun. Actually, he just did something very early and very soon. Here, announce means to say something in public. The bookstore jumped the gun by selling the new Harry Potter book 2 weeks before its official release date. Yes, he just started selling it very soon and very early, and that's a mistake. So to jump the gun, guys, don't jump the gun, okay? Don't start doing something very soon and very early, and do not make this mistake. Sometimes you need to think, you need to reflect, you need to prepare yourself so you wouldn't make this mistake. Just kidding! Just kidding. Just kidding here means talking more to get a laugh than anything. So this is used to indicate that a statement is not to be taken seriously. We use just kidding when we want to tell people, don't take it seriously, don't become sad. I was just laughing, I was just trying to joke with you. For example, I was just kidding when I said your new orange dress makes you look like a pumpkin. Yes, I was just kidding. So I'm trying to indicate that this statement should not be taken very seriously. Are you sure that's your boyfriend? I thought he was your grandfather. Just kidding, which means I'm just joking. So we can use just kidding after a joke to say that do not take this very seriously. I'm just joking, I'm just kidding with you, I'm just trying to laugh here, okay? Next common practical useful idiom is to make a pig of oneself. To make a pig of oneself. To make a pig of oneself means to overeat, to eat too much. As you can see in this picture, this girl, she's making a pig of herself. She's trying to eat too much, and that's very harmful. She might gain some weight. For example, I made a pig of myself by eating 4 slices of pie. Yes, it means that I ate too much. Of course, you should eat another hamburger, but you don't want to make a pig of yourself. So guys, I don't want to make a pig of myself because I want to stay in shape, okay? I should go on a diet. But last week, Marshall, my friend, invited me to his birthday party, and there was too much food and I made a pig of myself. And I couldn't sleep at night. I couldn't even sleep a wink. So, guys, don't make a pig of yourself. You might gain some weight, you might become fat, and that would be very harmful and dangerous. To make time for somebody or something. To make time, as you know, it's very clear, means to put time in one's schedule for something. Sometimes you should make time for your friends, which means you should dedicate and specify and spend time for somebody. For example, Don is a busy lawyer, but he always makes time for his family. He always puts time in his schedule for his family. That's a good lawyer. I'll be sure to make time for you when you visit me. Yes. So I always make time, guys, for my family and my close friends. I always spend time and put time for them. For the other people, I usually don't make time. To roll up one's sleeves. To roll up one's sleeves. As you can see in this picture, this guy has rolled up his sleeves. To roll up one's sleeves means to prepare to work. For example, let's roll up our sleeves and finish making these cookies, which means let's prepare to work and finish making these cookies. You'd better roll up your sleeves and finish your homework, which means you'd better prepare to work and finish your homework. So when I asked my uncle to fix my car, my uncle, he rolled up his sleeves. He just prepared himself to work and fix my car. Sit tight. To sit tight. Sit tight, as you can see in this picture, means to wait patiently. Sit tight. Nicole won't hear back from the colleges she applied to until April. For now, she'll just have to sit tight. Here, guys, actually apply means to make a request, to make a formal request to the university. So Nicole here, she just applied to this college. And now she just need to wait patiently. She just need to sit tight. Sit tight. The doctor will be with you in a few minutes, which means wait patiently. The doctor will be with you in a few minutes, in a short time. So guys, if you want to tell a person to wait patiently for you, you can tell them to sit tight. Sometimes we use this in some TV shows. So the host tells the audience, sit tight, we will be right back, which means wait patiently, don't just go anywhere. What's up? What's up is a very common American idiom, which means what's going on and what's new. And you probably know this idiom. What's up? The short form for what's up is sup. Yes. Sup, dude? Means what's up, man? What's up? I haven't spoken to you in a long time. You never call me anymore. What's up with you? Which means what's going on with you? So sometimes we can use it as a phrase like what's up, or sometimes we can use it what's up with something. For example, what's up with this computer, which means what's wrong with this computer? It's not working. You can say that again. You can say that again means I completely agree with you. So if you completely agree with somebody, you can tell him, you can say that again. For example, you think our house needs repairs? You can say that again. Even our toilet is broken. The weather is so nasty today. You can say that again. I don't even want to go outside. The weather is so nasty today, which means so dirty and polluted. Hello, my dear friends. Welcome to Idioms and Expressions in Conversation. So here, there's a conversation between actually Brad and Carol. Brad visits the village market. So Brad goes to the village market, a supermarket in town. He asks Carol, the owner of the store, if she would like to sell Sarah's scrumptious cookies. Carol agrees but isn't able to tell Brad how much she'll pay him. So guys, let's understand these idioms and expressions in this conversation, which is between Brad and Carol, the owner of the store. So Brad starts the conversation and say, "Thank you for making time for me today, Carol." Carol says, "Don't mention it." Brad, "Well, what's up?" Brad says, "My wife baked these cookies from scratch. Please take one." Chewy. These are out of this world. Brad says, "My wife's a great cook." "You can say that again." Carol said, "I don't want to make a pig of myself, but let me take a few more." Brad says, "Oink, oink. Just kidding." "I'd like to sell these at the village market. My customers will go nuts over these." Brad says, "How much would you pay us for each cookie?" "I'm not sure," Carol said. "I need to roll up my sleeves and figure out the finances." Then Brad said, "Can you give me a ballpark figure now? An approximate number? A ballpark figure?" And then Carol said, "I don't want to jump the gun. Sit tight for now, and we'll talk things over this evening."
Hello, my dear friends. I hope you are doing wonderful. This is Ahmad Rabi, and this is a part you can practice and check yourself. In this part, like always, I'm going to show you a picture and a clear explanation. I'm going to give you a clear explanation, and you have 10 seconds to guess the right answer. Are you ready? Let's get started. Idiom number 1. You know, guys, my father said to me that marriage is very important, and I agreed with him. Yes, what is the idiom to agree with somebody? Can you remember it? That's right. I told my father, "You can say that again," which means I agree with you completely. You can say that again. Idiom number 2. Yesterday I had a doctor appointment, so I went to the office and I waited patiently. What is the idiom for this? To wait patiently for somebody or something. Can you remember it? Think for 10 seconds. That's right. Yesterday in the office, I had to sit tight. Sit tight means to wait patiently. Yes, sit tight. Idiom number 3. Guys, when you start doing something too soon or very ahead of everybody else, what idiom you can use here? To start doing something very soon. So think for 10 seconds. Yes, we say jump the gun. For example, I jumped the gun the other days and sold my car. So that was actually really bad because I did it very soon. And now cars are very expensive and I cannot buy a new one. So I jumped the gun. The next idiom is about you're welcome. Can you tell me, guys, what is the other way to say you're welcome in English? Can you remember it? We had this idiom in this lesson. You're welcome. So think for 10 seconds and answer me. That's right. We usually say don't mention it.
Don't mention it, which means you're welcome. My father wants to sell his house, but he doesn't know the price. He doesn't know how much he must sell it. So he just gave the customer an approximate number. Yes, an approximate number. What is the idiom for an approximate number? Can you remember? So what is it? Can you remember? That's right, we usually say a ballpark figure. Yes, a ballpark figure, which means an approximate number. You know, my dear friends, I had a project and I started to work on this project, but it failed. So I think I have to start doing it from the beginning. I should start from the first step. So what is the idiom we can use here to start doing something from the beginning because sometimes your first plan failed? Can you remember? That's right, we say from scratch. From scratch, which means from the beginning. So if you start doing something from the beginning, you start doing it from scratch. My dear friends, this room needs painting, so I need to prepare to work. So what is the idiom for preparing to work? When you need to prepare to work, what idiom you can use here? Can you remember? What is it? That's right, we say, I need to roll up my sleeves. I need to roll up my sleeves, which means I need to prepare to work.